watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. It is July 1st. That is hard to believe. We are starting the 7th month of the year. We're just a few days away from July 4th and huge America 250 celebrations here in Florida, across the country. And so we really appreciate you joining us today. A lot going on. I want to let you know some of what we are watching for. Obviously, we are counting down to kick off tonight, 8 o'clock at Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara, California, where the U.S. men's national team going to be taking on Bosnia and Herzegovina in that game of the knockout round. It's the round of 32 in the World Cup, and so at this point, it is win or go home for the U.S. men's national team. They will be playing tonight at 8 o'clock. We've got a couple of different soccer specials for you that you'll be able to tune into here on Fox Local today. So one of those at 2 o'clock coming out of the England and Congo game, and then another at 5:30 to get you ready as we lead into Fox Sports coverage of that game for the U.S. men's national team in California. A couple of other things we're watching today. President Trump going to be traveling to North Dakota, where he's going to be riding on a Freedom 250 train that will take him to the site of the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library. Going to be taking part in the opening ceremony there, and then going to be speaking at an amphitheater later this afternoon as well. The vice president going to be in Virginia Beach. We expect some remarks from him coming up in just a little bit as well. Governor Ron DeSantis is going to be in Tampa this afternoon. That's coming up around 12:45, 1 o'clock. We'll have that streaming for you, where he's going to be joined by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement Commissioner, the statewide prosecutor as well, who are, we don't know exactly what they're going to be talking about, likely some sort of law enforcement topic or case there. So we'll try to get some more information about that. But again, that's coming up for you in just a little bit. He was already in Liberty County earlier today up in the Panhandle, where he unveiled a Liberty Bell replica outside Liberty County High School. So we'll hear from him a couple of times. State CFO Blazin Golia in Sanford this afternoon as well. So we will get you there. So a lot going on today, and you're in the right place for it here on Fox Local. We'll keep you on top of everything. There's also a Department of Justice news conference coming up in a little bit with a kind of a national focus, but an interesting story. So we'll talk about that coming up in just a little bit. Let me give you a live look right now, though, over downtown Orlando. Sunny skies and a lot of clouds over downtown right now on this Wednesday. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, a little less stormy today?
Yes, we're catching some dry air, Garrett, that's come in on the backside of that system yesterday. We had a good soaking yesterday across many locations away from the beach, but today things are looking much improved. This live view from Daytona Beach featuring sunshine. Yeah, that's really pretty right there. Look at that sunshine. Moderate risk for rip currents today, so if you're heading to the beaches, which a lot of people are, be careful. So out of the Atlantic, we've got a swirl. That was the area of low pressure the National Hurricane Center had been monitoring for the potential of it becoming a tropical depression. That ultimately will not happen. We were talking about how as we transition toward the middle and end of the week, conditions will become far less favorable to support the development of a tropical system. We're there. The tropical system threat is zero, but this is dragging in some drier air. It's still a low pressure system. There's still a sort of we call it a quasi front. It's not really a front. It's more just like a wind shift. But what it is doing, at least high up in the atmosphere, is transporting in some drier air. So that will not cool us down per se, but it will reduce our afternoon rain chances for both today and tomorrow. So it's still going to feel muggy. It's still going to be really humid outside. You'll still sweat like crazy if you're going for a jog or doing any work outside, but we're just not going to have much in the way of rain. The tropical moisture is stuck in South Florida and across the Bahamas and Cuba. Now, it will make a return as we head into this holiday weekend. So for today and Thursday, pretty dry conditions, just a 30% chance for some passing downpours, but then then it is game on for rain for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Here's another way to project that atmospheric moisture, the pinks and the purples. This is ultimately going to surge back north by Saturday, July 4th, which means that it'll be just as hot and humid as it ever is in the mornings, but then during the afternoon, the sky will actually produce. We'll see those billowing cumulonimbus clouds, the big towering thunderheads, and eventually downpours, lightning, and wind gusts. Now, we're thinking the rain should be over before the fireworks begin. In Oviedo, for instance, in Seminole County, the fireworks don't kick off till 9 p.m. on Saturday, and by then the rain should have been over for several hours. Now, this pattern of tropical moisture will remain all into next week, so we'll get into those regular afternoon storms once again. In other words, just 2 days of drier weather. Now, we're not completely dry. We've got a couple of lightning storms offshore of Brevard County this hour, and we may see 1 or 2 of these make their way onshore through lunchtime, but the overall coverage will be limited today as compared to yesterday. And a good way to gauge the overall coverage is looking at future radar, and it looks like as we head into the afternoon, our highest chance for rain will be west of Orlando, and the reason is that we'll have a little bit of moisture lingering around the Tampa Bay region, and with the wind coming in off of the Atlantic, by the time the breeze makes it to, say, Polk County, right in the middle of the state, it'll have had the opportunity to warm up, destabilizing the atmosphere, producing lift, and kicking off a couple of showers and storms, which could become quite scattered to even numerous in Tampa Bay this evening, while Orlando stays primarily dry. So again, once we get into the day Friday, that's when things will change, and we'll get into a much greater chance for rain. Well, today will be seasonably hot. Our high temperature about 91 degrees. That's exactly where we should be this time of the year. There'll be a touch cooler at the beaches thanks to the onshore flow. Our Atlantic water temperatures are running at about 83 degrees. But heat is the name of the game this weekend. We've got this huge, sprawling ridge of high pressure that's going to be setting up across the East Coast. And in doing so, produce heat that could rival all-time records for northeastern cities. What am I talking about? Well, here in Florida, we've been looking ahead to heat advisory days when we approach 108 degrees. In the Northeast, they may see heat index levels, that feels like temperature, surpassing 118 degrees. Heat that we don't see here in Florida typically, and they almost never see there. Now, I know it's summertime, and aesthetically you think, well, you know, it's summer, it's going to be hot, there will be heat waves, and you're right. But this is unlike any heat wave we've seen in at least 15 to 20 years. In some places like Philadelphia, we may set heat records that have never been seen on those dates. So in that purpley color, that sort of hot pink color, those are extreme heat warnings. So that's a huge footprint for extreme heat warnings. Orange is heat advisory. Extreme heat warnings is when the heat index reaches a point where it can be absolutely dangerous. We're looking at down east Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, all the way to Burlington, which is insane. Boston, Worcester, Springfield, Hartford, Providence, New York City, Albany, Syracuse, Rochester, Philly, New York, Trenton, New Jersey, Newark. DC right now is under an extreme heat watch. They'll probably upgrade that to a warning because DC could see heat index levels approaching 115 degrees. Chicago, St. Louis, I mean, Cleveland, you know, I can go down the list. Louisville, like most of the country as we head into this weekend, east of the Mississippi, which is more than 175 million Americans based on the latest Census Bureau population estimates for these areas. It gets hot, but it usually doesn't get this hot. And so the National Weather Service says, yeah, in purple, there's an extreme heat risk. Part of the problem is that a lot of the Northeast and New England, a lot of folks that don't have air conditioning. I mean, it's very common from here where we broadcast in Florida. Almost everybody does. Right? If you don't, usually it's for a very specific reason. But in the Northeast, it's probably less common to have air conditioning than it would be to have it. So that means that a lot of folks at night may not see temperatures dipping much below 80 or 85 degrees, which provides very little opportunity for the body to rest. And then when you face another day of this, it could really start to stress the body. And in this case, they're facing not just 1 or 2 days of extreme heat, but at least 4, potentially 5 days in a row of triple-digit heat from DC to Philly to New York. And with the humidity factored in, it could feel like between 110 and 118. So unfortunately, this could become very dangerous. And in fact, if you look at heat-related deaths in 2023 and 2024, these are direct heat-related deaths. Heat is the biggest weather killer in the U.S., more so than if you combine every other weather hazard like hurricanes, tornadoes, flooding, lightning. You could argue that cold is also a major killer, but not directly. That's stuff related to like respiratory illnesses, cold and flu season, heart attacks, stuff that would occur over a whole season, not during one event. So heat takes the cake in that sense, and unfortunately, the Northeast is going to be set up in one of the most extreme cases of that we've seen in quite some time. All right, let's talk about the forecast in Orlando. We're looking at low 90s as we head into the end of the week, and then for Saturday, July 4th, about a 70% chance of rain. The rain chances will be ticking up, but our temperatures, while steamy, hot, and muggy, will be upwards of 10 degrees colder than Washington, D.C. and Philly. I remember, Garrett, back in the 1990s in Chicago, there was a heat wave that killed over 700 people, and at the time, we were just sort of in disbelief that that could happen in the United States. But it's true that so many folks in the northern tier, especially folks that maybe aren't of economic means or skew toward the older crowd, are not able to withstand that level of heat without air conditioning for a long duration period. So it's recommended, if you know anybody in the Northeast, if they don't know, let them know. And it's going to be a situation where people are going to have to check on neighbors, and there's going to be a lot of public services are going to be needed to keep people safe there.
Well, and a lot of people are going to be outside. People are flocking to some of those areas there for July 4th weekend. When you're talking about Philadelphia, when you're talking about Washington, D.C., because of these national celebrations, and
huge celebrations,
a lot of outdoor things, and just a lot of risks that people are really going to have to take some preparations and be careful out there.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, during the day-to-day things, like if they're celebrating the America 250 events in D.C. and the various events in New York and Philly, during the day there's going to be that acute heat exhaustion risk, heat exhaustion leading to heat stroke. And at night, when it only gets down to the 80s, there's really not going to be much opportunity for the body to recover from that level of exposure if there's not air conditioning. And don't forget, heat stroke is an emergency. And if somebody gets heat stroke, that's a 911 call. It can really do a lot of damage in a short amount of time. So this is a very big deal. I know when there's a hurricane coming or a tornado, obviously we pay really close attention to that. It's a major story. But remember that directly linked heat-related deaths, like during these events, unfortunately kill more people than all other natural disasters combined. So folks in the Northeast, Garrett, are going to have to be treating this as if it's a major weather event coming their way, even though it's kind of a silent killer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we will be watching out for that, and certainly extend those words of warning to anyone who might be taking part in being outside and being exposed to those things. Absolutely. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Brooks Garner, we appreciate you joining us.
You got it. Thanks, Garrett.
And as we go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, let me go ahead and give you a live look right now at the Great American State Fair going on in Washington, D.C. This is on the National Mall. You can see folks walking to and from the different booths representing all the 50 states. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. PlayStation making a big announcement today that is making all kinds of waves across the video game industry and fans and observers here when they announced today that they're no longer going to make physical games for their PlayStation consoles starting in January 2028. So a big announcement here. We've talked recently about this kind of debate between physical media and digital media, and a big step in this conversation today. And so joining us live now to break this down for us, give us some perspective here as well. Pleased to be joined this morning by Khalif Adams, who is the CEO of Spawn on Me LLC. You may know him from his podcast. Khalif, thanks so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thanks so much for having me. Excited to talk about all this madness that's happening in the world of video games and PlayStation today.
A huge announcement. Was this something that anybody expected or anyone saw coming at this point?
I think a lot of folks who have been paying attention and kind of reading the tea leaves have seen that there's going to be a particular kind of change in this space. I think with overall sales being down on physical media and, video gamers now wanting things at their fingertips at all times, this kind of makes that transition not only easier for the platform holders, but gives a space for folks who are really excited about that digital landscape, some excitement for them, but the folks who are collectors are looking for a new solution because this isn't it for what they want.
I was going to say it's an interesting dynamic because there is so much to be said about the convenience of being able to buy digital. Just download it. You don't have to track it down, a physical copy, that kind of thing. But there really still does seem to be an appetite for physical discs and to have that physical copy. I mean, this was a debate that we were just talking about last week with Grand Theft Auto 6 and that release and some of the controversy over that, not being a physical copy with that. And so it's an interesting dynamic, Khalif, when you're talking about it being 2026, so much is digital, but still being folks who want that physical copy.
Yeah, folks who are, the biggest kind of conversation around all of this is around what do you actually own? If you're given a digital code for a game, you can't resell that. If you're down on your luck and you're like, hey, I need to trade this thing in, or if you have a friend who just wants to play a thing that you have and they don't own it, you can't do that with a digital game at this point. So seeing this uprising of, animosity towards the practice is reasonable for folks who are worried about not only is the digital future going to be real, but there are some concrete actual problems with the ways that digital media gets kind of shared, especially when you think about U.S. infrastructure. Not everyone has great internet, rising costs of what it's going to have for electricity. There's so many different avenues in where this could be problematic, and it winds up being something that consumers are going to really be worrying about kind of moving in the future.
What does this mean for cost? How do you think we will see this playing out when it comes to the cost of video games? We've seen costs of video games already go up. There have been, there are obviously costs of production to a physical disc, but it also seems like many times these digital copies retain a higher price longer than maybe picking up a used copy of a game, or even buying a game on, finding a new copy even on sale. So what is this going to mean for the cost of video games?
I think the cost is not going down. I think one of the conversations that we thought of when the initial kind of movement towards a digital space was happening was you'd seen in the PC space, platform holders like Steam and Valve be able to have these huge sales that they would have every year where you would get a pretty big discount on the games that you were looking forward to or hadn't gotten a chance to play. But for consoles, it winds up being a very different landscape where that has never really happened in that space. Prices have been continuing to go up while also not having any real avenue for sales in those mediums or in those spaces. So I think, the the idea of the $80 game is now going to be the floor, and we may see those prices even go up. I mean, the conversation around what would you have been paying for your games in terms of inflation if you were buying them, back in the day, and seeing how that inflation has grown has been a underlying undercurrent of that discussion. But I think what has now moved into the space is the floor used to be 60, now that's moved to 70, and now it's kind of moving towards 80 as being the thing that you're going to have to spend if you want to play your games these days.
And so what does this mean for the future of video games and consoles? Is it still even really fair to call it a console at this point, when you're talking digital only? And just a lot of questions about what this means for the investment. I mean, PlayStation 5, which we're showing right there, not cheap. It's still not,
no.
Even years after its release. And so when you're talking about folks, investing money in an expensive console, whether it's the PS5 or whether it's a future PS6, I mean, what does this mean for that in the future of whether people see the value in doing that?
Your digital hobby is going to be the most expensive hobby if you're a video gamer at this point. And I think that's where most of us have landed in this space, with understanding that we've not seen this happen before. Usually the trend is over the life cycle of a console, those prices usually go down. And we've seen the opposite happen, where both console makers, both Xbox and PlayStation, have added at least $100 plus to your gaming systems, with now the PlayStation 5 Pro costing around $900, with a PlayStation 6 on the horizon, which most folks are, forecasting as being at least $1,000 at the minimum, when I'm probably in that $1,200 camp for where that probably is going to land. So that winds up moving all of your hobby into a much more expensive space, when most folks don't have that much disposable income anymore to be able to kind of lend towards gaming in these ways, with the trend moving that is not going to be going down anytime soon. It's probably just going to get worse with rising silicone issues, rising RAM because of AI, so many different parts of that ecosystem that are moving in that direction. So it's going to be an expensive time to be a gamer for sure.
Well, and especially with concerns over, the lifespan of these things anyway, when it comes to kind of planned obsolescence and things like that. Is it worth dropping that much into it? These are all things that I think are really coming to a head right now.
Ooh, the real answer is, how much are you willing to pay to play? I think that winds up landing the plane there. It's how much do you really care about the hobby? How much are you, looking in terms of future-facing technology? But what I do think is that what we'll see in this generation, in this gap generation, will be most folks will stay on the platforms that they're currently on and may not potentially move up. We won't see people going to Helix as much as we thought they might be going to. We won't see people going and buying and running out of PlayStation 6, except if you're an early adopter in those ways and really wanting the best kind of tech that will be out there to offer. So yeah, I think a lot of folks are going to stay on platform on what they're currently playing now, and hoping that some prices go down somewhere down the line, but that won't happen until probably way into the middle or even end of the next console cycle, if it happens at all.
It's interesting, Khalif, just how the industry has changed. I mean, at one point, Sony kind of using having physical discs as a selling point for their consoles, and now seeing, how little of their revenue comes from physical games. It really is just an interesting shift in consumer habits, you like it or not. I mean, you can't argue with those facts.
No, you can't argue with the facts. I mean, personally, I haven't bought a physical game in a very long time, almost probably in a console generation and a half, because of that convenience. But I know so many folks who are in the preservation space are worried about this. Again, the larger discussion about what do you own versus what do you not own. And there's a part of it that is, you want to be able to pass some of that stuff down to a younger generation and say, hey, son, daughter, child, here's the things that I used to enjoy when I was your age, or you when I was younger, and those folks may not even have the ability to go do that because the hardware will fail at some point, and we will see some changes in that respect. But I do think this does give a space for Xbox and Microsoft, which has been going through a ton of upheaval and some changes, to kind of maybe decide that they want to go physical in a lot of different ways, and that might be a boon for them specifically ability to pull in parts of their audience in a way that they might have been losing them with a lot of the changes that we've seen over the past year. So this is going to be a very interesting kind of, new definition of what consoles are going to wind up being, while also giving us new understandings of where the floor and ceiling are going to be for a hobby that we all enjoy.
That's a good point when you're talking about some of these other companies, because, do they see this as a way they could differentiate themselves? It'll be interesting to watch. You talk about passing things down. I still have my Game Boy Pocket in some of those games, the red version of Pokemon and stuff that'll pull out and still play and show, my nieces and nephews and stuff like that. So I think there is something to be said for that. We should also note that game developers right now have to go through Sony to get their PS5 discs printed, so there really is no workaround here. If there was a developer who said, well, I still want to publish my game in a physical format, so that I think is an interesting note. Last thing here, because we have talked about this, and even saw last week when it comes to licensing, Sony deleting some digital copies of movies from users' accounts for films with companies they no longer had licensing agreements with. And so I think that's something that's scary, and for folks, even those who do like to download digital copies, as opposed to physical. Is this right now the beginning of the end of physical media, or do you think there is still a life for it in the future?
I think there will be secondary markets where folks will find ways to, find some of those medias on aftermarket markets. But I do think this is probably the death nail of physical media in so many different ways. We've seen movies go this way. We've seen music go this way. Games are kind of the last bastion of kind of staying in that space and trying to figure out good ways to give that to players. And this feels like this might be the beginning of the end, or at least the end of the eventual end that we saw coming a couple of years ago. So I'm hoping that folks are able to, on the platform side, find ways to keep people's information safe, because when everything goes digital, that raises the level of potential intrusions for hackers and other things to take your account and potentially do some bad things with those and kind of remove you from having access to your stuff. But also, we're going to need some stopgaps in the middle to be able to help those folks who still have their physical games be able to play those things on whatever the next consoles are going to wind up being. We saw PlayStation already have a modular disk drive that they had with the PlayStation 5. I have a feeling they'll do something similar with the PlayStation 6 and Xbox. Who knows what's happening on that side of the fence yet, because we haven't heard a lot of information just yet about the physical parts of the PlayStation. I'm sorry, with the Xbox Helix yet. So lots of unknowns, but we're getting there, and hopefully we'll have more information to share pretty soon, hopefully.
Well, it's a really interesting conversation to have, and with ramifications even for folks who aren't video gamers. So I appreciate you joining us, Khalif Adams, CEO of Spawn on Me LLC. Check out his podcast. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thanks so much for having me. Appreciate the time.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Give you a live look at the Department of Justice, where Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, FBI Director Kash Patel, a number of other officials walking to the podium for this news conference where they're expected to give an update about a takedown of the Venezuelan crime syndicate Tren de Aragua. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Members of Tren de Aragua foreign terrorist organization are being charged with vicious kidnappings and murders in separate cases out of Texas and Illinois. These violent murders should never have occurred in the first place because these men should have never been allowed in our country. Instead, 8 TDA members from Venezuela came here illegally, all 8, every one of them, during the Biden administration, and went on to allegedly commit the heinous crimes described in the charges discussed today. First, let me tell you what happened to a family outside Dallas, Texas. In 2024, 4 men murdered a father, and then they kidnapped his 13-year-old daughter and 12-year-old nephew. Today, right outside Dallas, we unsealed an indictment charging 5 alleged members of TDA with various crimes arising out of that incident I just described. 3 of the 4 are already in custody in the United States for other crimes they had committed, and 1 is being held in Colombia. Also this morning in Chicago, federal and local law enforcement charged 3 alleged TDA members on a criminal complaint charging the brutal murder of another victim in the Chicago area. Our United States attorneys from the Northern District of Illinois and the Northern District of Texas will give you more detail about the 2 incidents that I just described. All 8 of these individuals, the 5 charged in Texas and the 3 in Chicago, crossed our southern border illegally. Every one of them entered under the Biden administration between December 2021 and April 2024. None of these men should have been in this country. The father in Texas should be alive today. His daughter and nephew should have never been kidnapped. The young victim in Chicago should be alive. These violent crimes and murders happened because under the Biden administration, open border policies left our borders wide open, and hundreds of suspected and now convicted TDA terrorists poured through those borders into our country. Now, President Trump stopped this madness on January 20th of last year. That same day, President Trump designated TDA as a foreign terrorist organization. In the 18 months since January 20th, and President Trump did that, nearly 350 members and associates of TDA have been charged and or convicted of horrific violent crime, murders, sex trafficking, kidnappings, along with weapons charges, drug trafficking, robbery, ATM jackpotting, and other widespread financial crimes. Law enforcement in this great nation have worked overtime to find these terrorists, build these cases, and bring them to justice. TDA members who entered under the previous administration should have never set foot on our shores. Much of the work that I just described today was carried out by Joint Task Force Vulcan, which we built to eradicate MS-13 and expanded to take on TDA. Also, the work has been done by our Homeland Security Task Forces, HSTF, established by President Trump to dismantle the cartels and transnational criminal organizations. This is very dangerous law enforcement work. It requires an all-government, all-law enforcement approach. Today, I'm joined by 2 of our United States attorneys from Texas and Illinois, and you'll hear the details from them in a moment about the two charging instruments that I just described. You'll also hear from our FBI Director Kash Patel. I also want to thank the folks from Task Force Vulcan, our FBI agents on the ground, and our partners at Homeland Security Investigations. All of them, all their work on the ground is the reason why we're here today. So thank them for their work. I'll now turn it over to Director Patel.
Thank you, General. Thanks to President Trump's historic leadership and decision to designate Tren de Aragua as terrorists, because that's what they are, law enforcement was given the tools for the first time to go after this vicious gang for what they are. Violent, vicious gangsters. And because of that, the interagency was able to get together and go after and attack street gangs and gangs throughout America. Gangs are the reason why so many drugs, guns, and violence are deployed onto our streets and onto our community and take so many innocent lives, as the Attorney General laid out. The task force, Joint Task Force Vulcan, thank you to you and your leadership, not just for Tren de Aragua, but MS-13. Thank you to our United States attorneys, both in the Northern District of Texas and in the Northern District of Illinois. And a huge thank you to our partners at HSI and the Homeland Security Task Force. And for me, a special thanks to the men and women of the FBI, specifically today in the Dallas and Chicago field offices. This work is an interagency lift by a huge team that gets after it every day in combination with our state and local partners, and the results here and the details that you're about to be given will speak for themselves. I just want to highlight, since President Trump took office and let good cops be cops, what law enforcement has done collectively with our brave prosecutors at the Department of Justice and our Attorney General Blanche's leadership. We've arrested 29,000 violent gang members since President Trump was sworn in. We've disrupted and dismantled 2,700 gangs around the country. That is a 365% increase from the same time period into the last prior administration. We have seen, specifically as it relates to Tren de Aragua, a 519% increase in arrests. As the Attorney General laid out, you've seen hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Tren de Aragua violent gangsters and thugs picked up and arrested and taken off our streets permanently for crimes ranging from kidnapping to murder to drug trafficking to firearms violence and more. We are safeguarding American citizens and American communities because President Trump decided to put law enforcement first, give us the resources that we need to do our jobs and safeguard our communities, and make sure that the details that you're about to hear never happen again to another community in Dallas or Chicago or anywhere else. And that is due entirely to the leadership of President Trump and allowing the Federal Bureau of Investigation to partner with our interagency folks and our state and local partners across the country to make sure this never happens again. And the reach, as you will hear, of the long arm of the law, that is the United States Department of Justice and our partners, will go wherever we find any one of these gangbangers to be hiding. We will get them anywhere in the country. We will go overseas to get them. And as you just saw last month with our successful takedown of the ATM jackpotting scheme led by Tren de Aragua, we will go overseas and get the highest ranking members of Tren de Aragua and bring them here to justice. Attorney General, I just want to thank you for your brilliant leadership, your support of law enforcement and the men and women of the FBI. It's a truly great partnership. It is a historic partnership, and I want to thank President Trump for recognizing Tren de Aragua for what they are, terrorists, and that is how we are always going to treat them. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ryan Rabel. I'm the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Texas. I'd like to thank General Blanche for his leadership in helping empower us U.S. attorneys in the field to eradicate TDA from our communities. TDA is a transnational criminal organization that has metastasized its reach across the Western Hemisphere by preserving and promoting its power through intimidation and violence. But whenever violence enters a community, that is when freedom leaves. This is not just an abstract concept. People are...
This news conference continuing live right now. We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us. Give you a live look right now, Naval Air Station in Virginia Beach, Virginia, where Vice President J.D. Vance is speaking right now. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
That they would not have their life, their liberty, or their ability to pursue happiness were it not for the sacrifices of you. Now, I have had this job for all of 18 months, and the thing that I know, the thing that I see every single day is that part of the reason why we in our political leadership are able to do what we do is because the world over, bad guys and good guys, friends and foes, allies and enemies are afraid of you. They know that if we ask, you guys will go and make the impossible possible. They know that when we demand that a bad guy does something, if they say no, you are the ones who are going to enforce that demand. And that is an amazing thing, and it's why we have the great nation that we have today. So what I'd ask for you as we all get ready to celebrate America's 250th birthday is have that gratitude of heart that General Washington talked about almost 250 years ago. Grateful for yourselves, grateful for the men and women to your left and right, and grateful to the nation that makes it possible for every American to pursue their dreams and to pursue the American dream in whatever the way that they ultimately decide. Now, here's what I want to talk about next. I want to talk about what we owe to you. You know, when I was in the Marine Corps, I spent 4 years from 03 to 07 in the United States Marine Corps. And I'll say this to the other Marines. There are a lot of reasons why I wanted this job. But one of the reasons why I wanted this job is because it's pretty cool to have the Commandant of the Marine Corps have to salute a member of the E4 Mafia. That's pretty cool. Call it an ego thing. But I left the Marine Corps as an E4, as a corporal of Marines. It's some of the proudest things that I ever did. I did in the Marine Corps, and some of the best friends that I've ever made were in the Marine Corps, with Marines, with sailors, with all the people that I served with and had the pleasure to get to know. But one of the things I learned in the United States Marine Corps, serving from 03 to 07, is that we sometimes had leaders who would ask you all to go to war, but would not give you a clear mission on the other end. And one of the reasons why I'm proudest of what the President of the United States has done over these last 18 months is because when he has asked you to go to war, he has given you a defined mission. He's asked you to go and accomplish it. And most importantly, he's given you the tools to kick the hell out of the enemy and to come home safely. That is what you should expect of me, of our great Secretary of War, of the President of the United States. You put on the uniform. You offer to sacrifice ultimately for the benefit of this nation. But what you should demand in return is that when we ask you to go and do something, we tell you exactly what we want you to accomplish. That is what this administration has promised, and that is what this administration has delivered on. Because when I think about what happened when I was a young Marine in 03 to 07, is we had a lot of people who were asking our military to do the impossible, but they weren't giving them clearly defined missions and clearly defined objectives. To the members of the Air Wing that just came home in May, what did the President of the United States ask you to do? Something very discreet and very specific. Number one, he asked you to ensure that we destroyed Iran's conventional military, and as we sit here today, their Navy is at the bottom of the ocean, and they have no ability to project power like they did even 12 months ago. What else did he ask you to do? He asked you to destroy their nuclear program. And now, and trust me, I know because I look at the intelligence estimates, if you look at what our own intelligence says about their nuclear program, they are further away from developing a nuclear bomb than they have ever been since basically the last 20 or 30 years. And that is because of you and because of your hard work. And finally, what the President asks you to accomplish is to destroy the defense industrial base of that country so that if they ever decided to rebuild their military or if they ever decided to rebuild that nuclear program, they would be hard-pressed to do it. And you did that exactly as well. But today, as I sit here, there are people in this country who want you to just keep going and attack the President of the United States for using the leverage that you gave him to engage in negotiation. And why do we engage in negotiation? Because of you, it's not out of weakness, but it's out of strength. And again, I go back to that time that I served in the United States military from 03 to 07. We made a lot of mistakes back then. We did a lot of stupid things back then. You performed ably, but your political leadership did not. And what I remember about that time is that, number one, there were people who learned all the wrong lessons from that moment in history. There were people who learned the lesson that we could never use the military again. But that's not the right lesson, because the military isn't who screwed up in 2003 and 2007. It was the political leadership that screwed up. So that was the wrong lesson to learn. There were also people who learned a different lesson, an equally wrong lesson, that the solution to the problems that we had in the early 2000s was to ask you to do more and more and more and more without giving you a clearly defined objective. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that you deserve to have a clearly defined objective. I think you deserve to have a President of the United States who believes in you and gives you the weapons to win. And I believe that you have a presidential leadership today that will never ask you to go to war unless he's telling you why you're going to war. And most importantly, when he sends you to war, he gives you the tools you need to kick the hell out of the enemy and come home safely. That's what you deserve. And I look at the American media these days, and I hear people who are attacking the President of the United States for negotiating, even though the President is negotiating from a position of strength because of you. He's negotiating from a position where Iran's nuclear program has been destroyed and their conventional military has been destroyed too. And what I notice about the people who are attacking the administration for negotiating is that they're the very same people who, for example, encouraged us to just go a little bit further and just drop a few more bombs in places like Afghanistan. But again, if you go back to the mistakes that were made, those very same people, they refuse to say, what were we dropping bombs for? Now, the President of the United States maintains a lot of options today in 2026. But if he ever asks you to go and drop bombs, it's going to be for something specific, to accomplish something that matters to the American people. We dropped some bombs a couple of days ago. You know why? Because the Iranians were shooting at commercial ships. So we dropped some bombs, we applied some leverage, and we've had free commercial transit for the last 3 days. If the Iranians try to rebuild the nuclear program, the President's got options, again, because of you. If the Iranians try to threaten their neighbors or fund terrorism, we've got options, again, because of you. But what we must never do is drop bombs just for the sake of dropping bombs. And that is what the President will never ask you to do. He'll ask you to go to war, yes, but when he asks you to go to war, he'll tell you exactly what you're going for, and I think that is what you should expect out of your political leadership. you should expect something else too. And this is where I get into the great work of Jen Kiggins and Doug Collins. You know, one of the most formative experiences of my entire life was after I got out of the Marine Corps. And I was a law school student, and I worked on the Veterans Legal Clinic, helping veterans deal with some of their legal challenges. And we actually represented the Vietnam Veterans of America. And a lot of you are maybe too young to appreciate this, but the Vietnam Veterans of America experienced one of the most shameful periods in the history of the United States of America. They came home, many of them, not to fanfare, not to flag waving, not to a grateful nation. They came home to people who spit on them, who attacked them, and criticized them simply because they did the job the political leadership asked them to do. Now, I go back to what General Washington said about gratitude of heart. And when I sat down with these Vietnam veterans, these people who had quite literally been spit on by their fellow citizens for doing the job Washington asked them to do you know what they had? They didn't have resentment. They didn't have hatred. They didn't have anger. They had a simple motto, that never again would America do to a generation of veterans what happened to the veterans from Vietnam. It was an amazing thing. And so when they came to us and they wanted legal help, it wasn't for themselves. It was for all of you. And it was for the generation of veterans that I represented, the veterans in Iraq and Afghanistan. And they committed themselves, these old red hatters. Some of them were the saltiest people you've ever met in your entire life. But they committed themselves to help all of you because they wanted to make sure that the United States would never again treat a generation of veterans the way that it treated the Vietnam veteran generation. And that's an amazing thing. That is the spirit of gratitude. And what we've done is we have taken that charge and we have run with it. What Doug Collins has done is we have seen, working with Jen Kiggins and some of our other great rock stars in Congress, is we've seen veteran backlogs at their lowest level in 30 years. When you call the VA, whenever you get out of the military and you call the VA, somebody ought to actually answer the telephone. And that's what we've done because of Doug Collins and Jen Kiggins. If you or your family needs medical care, it should be there. And that's what's happening because of Doug Collins and Jen Kiggins. Ladies and gentlemen, some of you will serve 4 years, and some of you will serve 34 years. But the simple promise that I make to you that Doug Collins and Jen Kiggins fight every single day is that whenever you call on the Department of Veterans Affairs, somebody should answer the phone and give you the services that you need. So I want to say thank you to Doug. I want to say thank you to Jen Kiggins. We are fighting for our veterans every single day, and the thing that I'd ask all of you, because one day you're going to be veterans. You won't be active duty service members. You will be veterans. Are we going to continue to fight for our veterans just as the Vietnam veteran generations has fought for you? Absolutely we will. That's what we need from every single person in this room, and that's what you should expect, and that's what you have from your political leadership. Now let me make just a couple of final comments here. You know, one of the things that we've tried to do in our Department of War is to recognize that you guys are able to do amazing things, but only if you're empowered to actually do them. Why have we gotten rid of diversity, equity, and inclusion? Because we recognize that Americans from every walk of life, from every ethnicity, from every race and religion, that you all can exceed, that you all can succeed if you're empowered by your leadership. Why have we given you the best equipment anywhere in the world? Because when you go to war, you shouldn't be looking down the barrel of a gun of somebody who's got something better than you have. You ought to have the very best stuff. But I think the thing that I'm proudest of is that we have empowered you to do great things again. We're not telling you to look behind you. We're not telling you to think about whether your warfighting abilities or your warfighting capabilities are going to be second-guessed by a politician back in Washington. We're sending you overseas if we have to. We're giving you clearly defined missions, and we're making it possible for you all to do exactly what you need to do. So from one enlisted Marine to all of you, I just have a couple of final thoughts. Number one, I am grateful to you. You may not realize this, but I spend my time with a lot of political hacks back in Washington, D.C. Not Doug and Jen, but there are some political hacks back in Washington, D.C. You are the people who make this job worthwhile, and you are the people who make this job something proud to do. I know it. You may not see it, but I've looked in the eye of a lot of bad guys, and those bad guys respect the United States because they fear you. So number one, thank you. And number two, I want to say as we get ready to celebrate 250 years of great American history, I want you all to know that that celebration belongs to you as much as it belongs to anybody in the United States of America. For 250 years, it is people like you who have put on the uniform of the United States of America and made sure that our Constitution actually has meaning, who have put on the uniform of the United States of America and made sure that those backyard barbecues and those celebrations we're going to see over the next few days exist under a blanket of liberty and protection. Ladies and gentlemen, you are the very best part of the United States of America. So happy 250th birthday. Let's keep on celebrating. And because of you, my friends, the next 250 years of the United States of America are going to be better than the last 250 years. God bless you and happy Independence Day, my friends. I'm proud of you.
Thank you for your time.
Vice President J.D. Vance speaking and celebrating 250 years of American military excellence at the Naval Air Station in Virginia Beach, Virginia, on this Wednesday morning. We're also giving you a live look at the Great American State Fair and the National Mall in Washington, D.C., and Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara, California, where the U.S. men's national team going to face Bosnia coming up a little bit later tonight. We are also waiting to hear from President Trump speaking in North Dakota a little bit later this afternoon. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you back to this news conference at the DOJ where it's about to be wrapping up, and we're just hearing a couple more questions here. They were asked about threats for July 4th weekend, America 250. They said they don't have credible information of any threats or anything right now, but they are, of course, working with partners across the country to make sure everyone stays safe. Let's go ahead and listen in.
To say whatever he thinks helps him, it doesn't make it true. All right, thank you guys.
All right, didn't catch what that last question was, an answer from the acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. But speaking at that news conference at the Department of Justice, where just a little bit ago they were talking about a takedown of the Tren de Aragua and some more arrests and ways that they are fighting criminal gang activity. Meanwhile, in Volusia County earlier today, we heard from Sheriff Mike Chitwood, who gave us an update on these drug raids that we first reported yesterday that resulted in a number of arrests where they executed 5 search warrants and 28 arrest warrants, even searching a property that's connected to a church. This was what happened in Holly Hill. You may remember I was talking about this a little bit yesterday, what they are calling the Operation Holy Rollers. And Sheriff Chitwood and the acting assistant special agent in charge from FBI Jacksonville spoke to reporters just a little bit ago, giving an update on what we know about this raid.
So you guys requested, and I always fulfill a request when you said you wanted to follow up on what we did yesterday. So I think the important thing to note is, as we talked about earlier, this was a year-long investigation between us and Daytona Beach. There was a point in time where we were investigating overdose deaths. Daytona was investigating drug sales and guns. We intersected on that, and when we intersected, we reached out to the FBI and asked them for help in coordinating where we were going to go. So as you can see behind me, they're all of the agencies that were in on this to help us out, to help us do this. We executed 5 search warrants and had 28 arrest warrants. Daytona Beach had 5 arrest warrants, 5 search warrants, and then probably an additional 30 people that they were looking for. So I don't know what they did. I think the important thing is that we were, with the help of the FBI, to coordinate this and coordinate it where we hit everything yesterday in a shock and awe move. So what I want to share with you is, of our 28 defendants, we have 24 of them in custody. We just grabbed one this morning. We'll try to get some photos to put up there where he had fled from us multiple times, and we were able to ram him and take him into custody. What we have, we'll start with the church. I know you guys went out there and you talked to the pastor who's like, not my son, not my family, and I don't know what's going on there. Well, I think it's important to note that the people that don't know the area, that the church property and the house are about 25 feet apart, okay? So how you could not see all this activity that's going on out there, we're out there doing surveillance 7 days a week for almost a year, and during church services, they were selling dope out of that house. Well, here's the loving son that would never do anything wrong. Armando Lewis, born in 1978, 15 felony arrests, 6 convictions, 13 misdemeanor arrests, 3 convictions. He's been rearrested 6 times. He went to jail for dealing cocaine and spent 3 years in a state facility, state rooming house maybe is the best way to call it. And I'm being facetious when I call it a rooming house. He was charged yesterday with rent, own, or lease a structure to manufacture narcotics, manufacturing fentanyl, possession of fentanyl with the intent to sell, possession of crack cocaine with the intent to sell, trafficking in oxycodone, possession of MDA, trafficking in morphine, and tampering with evidence. So the person who never did anything before and is caught on video and everything else and audio, that's what he's charged with. He has no bond. Now, maybe the ministry can move into the jail and they can start conducting ministry in there, because I don't think he's going to get out again. His grandson, this is how much a family affair this is. His grandson, Logic Lewis, who was born in 2008, here's what he's charged with. He's 17. He's charged with morphine, possession of MDA, Oxycontin, 167 pills, 25 grams of crack, 139 grams of hash, 147 grams of meth, 18 grams of fentanyl, oxycodone, blender used to manufacture fentanyl, digital scales with fentanyl and cocaine residue, cocaine pressed with fentanyl residue, electronic money countering, and powder that they use as a cutting agent. We also recovered a firearm in there and $4,000 in cash. And the little cherub, when he got to our center, he had to give a urine sample. And his urine sample popped for oxycodone and weed. He has further been charged by Daytona Beach with a robbery that occurred at Buc-ee's gas station on a drug ripoff in the month of June. So all in all, with the defendants here, we've recovered 4 firearms, and we could go on and on and on with lists of what have occurred. I mean, every one of them have been charged with that. Unlawful use of two-way communications, possession of fentanyl, tracking amounts of fentanyl, possession of ammo by a convicted felon, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. So when you look at some of these, what we're looking at is we took off the street a group of cutthroat killers, as they call themselves, who are out there preying upon our folks, bringing in dope into that church property, and then everybody was coming in to get what they needed to do to go after the rest of the county to sell. That was the focal point of this investigation, was that church. So if you guys want to pop up the slides. This is everybody who we were after. Here is Armando Lewis, and I don't know where, he's up there somewhere. We don't have, Logic's not up there. All right. But that's everybody who we went after. Oh. So currently incarcerated, okay, go ahead, you can go. This was our side of, put that back up there. Oh, sorry. Our side of the investigation, these were our folks that the sheriff's office was targeting. Okay? Now, go to the next slide. Here's who is currently incarcerated. And there is Logic. Jakari got nailed this morning. We've chased him repeatedly. We chased him about 10 days ago on I-95, sticked him. He got out of the car, bailed on us, got away. There was a plethora of fentanyl and cocaine in the car and a firearm. He's got an abysmal criminal history as well. Like I said, he was taken into custody today up in Ormond. We were able to ram him and get him into custody. So the whole reason this investigation began, go ahead, Brian, is this. 2023, Holly Hill OD victim, Carmen. March of 2025, OD victim in the Menora Beach area survives. May 2025, Damien is an overdose death. September, Menora Beach, OD death, Justin, and Orange City, OD death, Spencer. All of these deaths and the overdose survivor from our investigation are tied back to these scumbags. So when you say things like, oh, my son's innocent and I didn't know what was going on, or I'm a property owner, that's not my responsibility, you're damn right, you're just as responsible as everybody else is. Because nobody talks about the victims, right? Everybody talks about what the cops did wrong, or I don't like the verbiage you used about you. It wasn't really a church, it was a building associated church. Drop dead, okay? Drop dead if that's what you feel. At the end of the day, these scumbags are murdering people. What I think is interesting is you have one building that is dedicated to quote-unquote saving souls, and the other building that was dedicated to destroying souls. So how about that? Within 25 feet, that's what you get. 2 buildings, one saving souls, and one in destroying them. Can't do both, in my opinion. So it's my great honor to introduce our partner in crime here. There's a lot of things that go on in this county that nobody really knows, because the FBI is like behind us in a way that they don't want to step out front to do these things. But they coordinate everything that goes on. There are so many things that go on when it comes to violent crime and when it comes to drug trafficking that people just don't know. And I think, I know Greg doesn't want to come up, but Special Agent Greg Federico, who has been an amazing, in my time here, we've always had great partnership with the FBI. It has been nothing like it since Greg has been here. So I want to give him a shot, even though he doesn't want to speak. I'm going to force him to come up here and talk about our partnership and the role he plays with state, local law enforcement and what he brings to the table for us. Greg?
Thanks, Sheriff.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. I'm happy to speak to you.
Okay.
It's easy to talk about our relationship. Hey, good morning. My name is Greg Federico. As the Sheriff said, I'm the Acting Assistant Special Agent in charge out of FBI Jacksonville. This operation is a great example of the FBI's commitment to disrupting and dismantling the most violent gangs and drug traffickers in our community alongside our partners. That's why we participate. That's why partnership like this is so important. We are at our best when we work together. These types of investigations are part of a Summer Heat 2.0 initiative. Summer Heat 2.0 targets violent crime on a nationwide scale. By surging resources alongside federal, state, and local partners, executing warrants on violent criminals and fugitives, and dismantling violent gangs nationwide, the FBI seeks to aggressively restore safety to our communities across the country. These subjects have brought violence and despair to our neighborhoods. They peddle drugs and use violence to terrorize and control our streets with no regard for innocent lives. No one should live in fear in their community. If you sell drugs, commit violence in our communities, we will combine resources with our local, state, and federal partners to bring you to justice. I want to thank Sheriff Chitwood and the men and women of the Volusia Sheriff's Office for their amazing partnership, great work on this case, and keeping the citizens of Volusia County safe. Thank you.
And echo Greg's statements, I think that there's a big shout out has to go to Daytona Beach Police Department. I mean, they were working really, really hard to go after the gun toters and the shooters and the dope dealers, just as hard as my men and women were working. And when our investigation intersected, it was the point in time where we said we need to bring the FBI in here to help with resources and help coordinate this. But the men and women of all of law enforcement in Volusia County, FBI, FDLE, we had help from Brevard County SWAT, Flagler SWAT, and Seminole SWAT. We're all in this together. And I've said this once, and I'll say it again. You got to be a really stupid son of a bitch if you think your is going to come in here and sell dope or commit violent crime and we're not going to get you. It's just not going to happen. So as long as you want to be stupid, the longer we're all going to be employed.
What could happen to the pastor at that church?
I don't think anything could happen because I don't think anything in the investigation, well, I can tell you for a fact, nothing says she was dealing drugs. Nothing. Nothing says that we can't prove that she profited from that. However, the two buildings are 25 feet apart. You have security cameras there. You know who your son is. You know he's been arrested. You know the people that are coming in and out of that building aren't sweet boys that needed a place to stay who were down on their luck. I mean, you're looking at a rogues gallery there of the people that were in there. I mean, just to reiterate some of the people that we come across that were in there. Quani Wiley, 10 felonies, 57 felony charges, 18 misdemeanors, held on no bond, conspiracy to traffic fentanyl, and listed 10 other charges. Abdul Banks, 7 felonies, 26 misdemeanors, armed trafficking in cocaine. Tim Banks, he's got 1 felony. And like I said, we're seizing guns out of these things. It's going to be interesting to see where they come up. Corey Flex Jackson, his name is mentioned multiple times in the death of those individuals. 6 felonies, 6 misdemeanors, conspiracy to traffic fentanyl, use of two-way communication device, possession of fentanyl, possession of meth, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, manufacturing of fentanyl. I mean, and his name, that nickname Flex, pops up multiple times in the deaths of these individuals inside that house, connected to that house. So that's just some of the names that pop up in there of what they're doing. And that's just on our end. I mean, that's not on Daytona's end. Daytona was going after some serious thugs out there. So I don't know if that answered your question or not. But I appreciate you guys coming out here for the update. And like I said, it was an incredible effort. City of Daytona Beach should be really proud of their police department. I know I can't say enough about the men and women in my organization. And the FBI, I've said it and I'll say it over and over again. In my 20 years here, we've always had a good relationship. Greg has put that relationship on steroids.
Just a quick question. It seems like this was a pretty big organization, the gang and the operation. Do you think this has any other ties around the areas like Orlando or anything?
Absolutely. Absolutely. They all know one another. They all share intel with one another. And the example to that is there was a deputy-involved shooting in Seminole County, okay? The shooter in that incident came over here to swap cars with our shitheads, one of our shitheads. So there's your interoperability there, that you're in Seminole County, you're going to shoot out with law enforcement, and what do? You know who to make a phone call over here to swap cars with. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Volusia Sheriff Mike Chitwood there. Apologize for some of the language there. I want to give you this live look right now. This is courtesy of WNYW, Fox 5 New York. Live images of two people on top of the spire that's on top of the Empire State Building. This is two people you see there. It looks like they may have masks on. The sign or the flag that they're holding says, "When the power of love beats the love of power, the world knows peace." So again, this is a live look right now on top of the Empire State Building, where those two people are holding that flag. You can see them right now. I know it's a little bit dizzying to look at the image as that helicopter circles, but we're going to be monitoring this. Unclear what may be happening, if there are efforts to get them down or anything like that. There's a lot we don't know right now. We also don't know how they were able to get all the way up there. So these reports started coming in around noon, so just about 15 minutes or so, and you can still see two people staying at the very top of that spire. Again, this is the Empire State Building, Midtown Manhattan, New York City, and we'll continue monitoring this situation and see what happens next. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, continuing to track these two apparent protesters atop the Empire State Building in New York City right now. One holding a flag there. Again, it appears they both may be wearing masks of some sort, or at least have their faces covered in some fashion. It looks like the woman there may be wearing like a Catwoman mask or something like that. Kind of hard to tell from this vantage point. You also can't see right here, but we are seeing reporting from Fox 5 New York, that's WNYW, who are getting these live images from, that apparently their flag says, "When the power of love beats the love of power, the world knows peace. So they've been up there for about 20 minutes or so. Don't have an exact time on that. And again, still a lot of questions about what happened, how they got up there, how they were able to get up there. What happens now? We don't know if there are law enforcement or anyone doing anything to try to get them down at this point. Still a lot of questions. We'll keep an eye on this live picture and this developing story. But just look at that. I mean, it's one thing to see that zoomed in image, but as the chopper kind of goes wide and you're seeing Midtown Manhattan there, just a wild scene to think of how high up these two people are right now at the very top of that spire. The Empire State Building is 102 stories. It's more than 1,400 feet tall. That includes the antenna. You may know that it was the world's tallest building for a time. That is no longer the case, but still obviously a building that is very high and that also plays a large role in the attention of our country. You know, it's an iconic spot there, and so you know, if these were a couple of protesters trying to make a point there, then they certainly picked a spot to do that. Wondering what's going through their minds up there right now. You see one of them looking down, and I'm not sure if they may be about to climb down or maybe just double checking his footing there. But it looks like there's a pretty significant gap between that very top where that flashing light is to notify aircraft and others of the top spot, you know, the apex of that building. But it looks like there's a sizable gap between where they're standing right now and that kind of next step down on that antenna. Obviously a very precarious situation for them to have gotten up there to begin with. Again, that's not something we have seen. We don't, to my knowledge, have video of that. But it will be interesting to see if at some point they begin climbing down. And just to finish up, it looks like he may be moving his legs again. But just to finish the point I was making a minute ago, when you saw the chopper zoom out, it just really gives you the perspective of how high they really are right now. You see the flag there, you're getting a little bit of a better look at it, and it's kind of waving in the wind as well. That's something that I'm sure forces that they are feeling up there right now. See, the man there appears to be holding something. I don't know if he's taking a picture. It's hard to tell what exactly he might be doing. I think that's a cell phone that he's holding right there in front of his face now. Maybe taking a video, taking some photos. Certainly a unique vantage point. Again, these two people have been up there a little more than 20 minutes holding that flag and that is waving there. The woman, as we discussed a couple of minutes ago, appears to be wearing some sort of Catwoman mask or something like that, something that has a couple of horns on it on the back. It's hard to tell exactly if the man is wearing a mask as well, or if he just has his face covered with some sort of bandana or something like that, and maybe wearing a hat that's separate. But either way, here comes the kind of wider shot where you see. And again, just disorienting, dizzying, just to take a look at that. That's one of the observation decks right there that you are seeing now. There are two observation decks on the Empire State Building, one of them at the 86th floor, one of them at the 102nd floor. And you can see it looks like maybe a couple of people up there are aware of what's going on, kind of potentially trying to look up. Maybe again, they're not aware and they're just looking up, because that is quite a place to be. But that observation deck there, and just look at the gap between that observation deck, which is already very high up, aboard the, atop the Empire State Building and that spire. Again, what we know is that that antenna that you are seeing there stands 443 meters. That's 1,454 feet above the ground. And just incredible images. So there, it looks like there may be some sort of duffel bag or backpack or something that may have been, those two folks may have left there. And as they were kind of climbing up, again, we still have a lot of questions about how they may have been able to get there. And what happens now? We're trying to get some information, some more reporting from New York to see if they have any sort of insight or reporting on ongoing efforts, and also working to see if maybe they have some reporters who might be following up on this as well. We'll try to get you some more information about kind of the local response because I'm not sure what their protocol would be for something like this, if this is something that they would be working to try to get these people down, if they would be trying to go up and get them, if they just wait for them to come down. So that lightning rod that you see at the top as well, this is an interesting note. One of the reasons that they have something like that to help deflect lightning from the building, struck by lightning about 100 times every single year. And as that helicopter live image tilts down, you can see just how far above the ground those people on top of that antenna are right now. Folks moving along Midtown Manhattan right now. New York City, always busy on the ground there. I'm interested to see if anyone seems to be looking up. It was an interesting look at the observation deck where folks were just kind of going on about their normal kind of tourism business there. And wow. Again, if you're just joining us, coming up on 12:30 now, and we're watching these crazy live images coming in courtesy of WNYW. Two people on top of the Empire State Building right now. And that flag says, when the power of love beats the love of power, the world knows peace. So unclear what exact point they may be trying to make by climbing up there. Again, I still do think that maybe some sort of bag, duffel bag or something that they may have used. Maybe that's where their masks were, their flag was, because they would have had to get up there somehow without attracting too much attention for them to be able to make it that high up. And again, we don't really know how they were able to get up there without any interference or anything like that. Just riveting images coming in right now. And again, I do apologize. I know it can be a little bit dizzying as the helicopter circles, but we're watching to see what happens here because they've been up there for a little bit, about half an hour, I think, when the first report of them coming in. They are on top of the Empire State Building, obviously one of the most iconic buildings in the world. At one time, the tallest building in the world. Now, the fourth tallest building in New York City, the sixth tallest in the United States, and the 43rd tallest tower in the world, but still mighty tall, 1,454 feet above the ground. That includes the spire and the antenna, right where they are standing, right by that flashing signal light, that beacon that lets aircraft and others know that there is a building right there. So we're going to continue watching this. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll get you right back in just a couple of minutes.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We appreciate you joining us here. I want to give you these live images right now. Two people atop the Empire State Building and the spire there, more than 1,400 feet above the ground. And while we were in a commercial break there, it appeared for a moment that the man, one of the two people that you see there, may have been beginning to climb down, or at least was just kind of taking a break from standing up there. You can only imagine what they're feeling there. Obviously not a whole lot of foothold or area to stand there. Just some bars. You see they are holding on to the very tippy top of that antenna atop of that spire, right above the beacon there. And so not a whole lot of room. We saw them shifting around a little bit in the last segment before we kind of went to break here, and have been watching them move around a little bit. You see the woman there who is also waving that flag. I can't tell for sure if it may be tied to her or if it is tied to something on the spire there. But I can tell you what it says. I know it's a little bit hard to read, but it says, when the power of love beats the love of power, the world knows peace. And so that is what the sign says. And again, we still have a lot of questions about how they may have gotten up there and kind of what happens next. Give me 1 second here. And you see now that man up there, this is what he was doing in that last commercial break when we were watching. And I do want to caution viewer discretion advised. Obviously, they are very high above the ground. We don't know what might happen here. But this is what that man was doing just a little bit ago while we were in commercial break. You can see it looks like some birds and others flying around them. Obviously, multiple news helicopters and others in the area. That is might be a New York Police Department helicopter. Yeah, NYPD. Seeing that right there. So what we don't know is if, and what we can't tell from our feed here, is if there may be just wanted to see there if there were any sort of audible communications between those in the NYPD helicopter and those on top of the spire, or if they may just be kind of monitoring this just like we are. But again, okay, so it looks like that man who is on top of that spire may be rolling up the flag and beginning to climb down. Again, this is high up, and we don't know if they began climbing from the observation deck or kind of where this all started. Observation decks on the 86th and the 102nd floor. And so what we don't know is where they started that journey up each rung of that antenna. But it does appear right now that they have begun climbing down. You could see for a while there, it did look as if that man may have been in some sort of discomfort or something, and the point I'm making is that they climbed a long way. That would have had to have taken something out of them and their legs, their breathing as well, their cardio fitness certainly at the test in this. And so it's very interesting to kind of think about. They're now back at that kind of platform where it appeared they may have stashed a duffel bag. And we're going to find out kind of what happens next here. Looks like we saw them kind of roll up that flag. Yeah, I think they're maybe stuffing that back in the... But this is still the spire that you are seeing right here. So there's still a long way to go. You'll see that in a minute when the chopper widens out that shot, and you can see just how high. What I don't know, I know, looking up some facts here, I know that the spire is 1,454 feet above the ground. What I don't know is how tall that spire is, so how far they would have climbed at that point, and how far they might still have to go. It's going to be interesting to see how they get down from here. An interesting maneuver here that's having to be made by the gentleman. And again, I just do want to caution you, and I'm going to open up that audio just in case we do hear anything from some of those other nearby choppers. I know that we're getting just a lot of helicopter noise right now for the most part, but I will go ahead and open that up so we can just hear a little bit of kind of what's going on in the background right now. It looks like there may still be kind of foot rungs. I mean, this is something obviously that would have had to have been built up there, that they would have to replace some things from time to time. There would be some maintenance and some other work that would have to be done atop of that spire and that antenna from time to time. So something that, believe it or not, I'm sure someone would get paid good money to have to climb up there, but with proper safety precautions and other things in place to make sure they don't fall. Whoever these people are, and we don't have any indication of who they might be at this point, they are a couple of people who are obviously taking a huge risk here to make this statement, make this point in the middle of New York City on this Wednesday afternoon. You see the footholds there, and okay, now you can get a little bit of a better look at what they're dealing with, how they are climbing up each of those rungs, kind of providing a clear handhold and a clear foothold. As they now work to climb down where they had been for about half an hour or so, according to, that's our best estimate, our best guess of some of these, of the reports. No exact time. And just to give you an idea of the wind, we're seeing, and they've kind of reached the next platform there as the
camera down to those lower areas.
Chopper kind of widens out, and we see a little bit more.
We're bringing the camera down to some of the lower areas.
So there is the camera showing some of the observation decks largely clear of people right now. That wasn't the case just moments ago. What I don't know is maybe police, there's a chance that police might be there and are clearing those some observation areas in preparation for whatever might happen. Hopefully nothing terrible. But if nothing else, then the arrests of these two trespassers once they make it back down. I don't know for sure where they are headed or how far down. They may be headed to that part where one of those doors are. Again, we don't know. By the time this live image came in, they were already on top of that tower. You see they're now kind of heading. What I can't tell, is there a stairway there at that point, or what? If it may be just more of a ladder to kind of make it to that next platform. It is certainly more protected than where they were on top of that spire. And again, just to finish the thought a second ago about wind speeds in Manhattan, currently blowing from the southwest, a light 3 to 10 miles an hour, but gusts reaching up to 11 miles an hour. So not too strong, but I'm sure effects that they would have been feeling quite a bit more. 1,400 feet above the ground, much more so. And we, I think, are witnessing a proposal. It looks like he is on one knee and potentially pulled out a ring and is now It appears she said yes. We'll see if their first act as an engaged couple will likely be heading to jail once they come back down a little further. But this is a first here on Fox 35 News Plus as we witness a live wedding proposal atop the Empire State Building spire. And a very public display of affection. Again, the flag that they were holding, but they are no longer, that has been since stashed in the duffel bag that you see behind them there. That flag says, "When the power of love beats the love of power, the world knows peace." So making a statement, I guess, in more than one way this afternoon. Again, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus right now as the couple appears to embrace atop this Empire State Building here. They've been working their way down. We'll see what happens next. It looks like they may have taken their masks off at this point as well. We're going to take a quick break right now. We're still monitoring this breaking news and this developing story. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. We've been watching these two protesters atop the Empire State Building spire there. And on this platform, just moments ago, we watched as the man there appeared to propose to his partner in crime, quite literally. And they are now appearing to, she's been taking some pictures of her holding out her hand, showing the ring there. So documenting this that will also be used as evidence against them, I'm sure, in a future trial that they will no doubt face at some point in the near future, probably before their wedding, if I had to guess. But we're continuing to monitor this. I do want to get you to Tampa right now, where Governor DeSantis is also speaking, holding a news conference. So we're going to get you there, but I do want to just kind of wrap up here with what we've been watching, and we will keep a live image up for you as well, so we can continue to monitor this as they continue their descent. They have been about 1,400 feet above the ground on top of the spire. 1,400 feet above the ground, Empire State Building, where these protesters were spotted around noon. The New York Police Department helicopter is up and has been circling, as has the Fox 5 New York helicopter, where we're getting these live images from. So we will keep monitoring this as they continue to climb down. But let me get you to Tampa right now, where Governor DeSantis is announcing implementation of a new Florida law to combat terrorist organizations. So let's go ahead and listen in as the governor speaks.
Local governments in terms of providing funding to any organizations either directly or that are materially supporting these organizations. It will impact colleges and universities in the state of Florida. It will impact Florida's K through 12 school choice scholarship program, not sending scholarships to schools that are in cahoots with groups like CARE. That is not going to happen. Organizations designated under Florida law may also be subject to dissolution depending on the facts and the circumstances. We've got to draw a very strong line in the sand here. We've seen this creep throughout the country over many, many years. I mean, some of the stuff that's happening in other parts of the country, I mean, you can't believe what is going on in some of these other parts of the country. We're standing for doing what's right. This is, I think, what the people of Florida expected when I signed this law. And again, the law took effect today, and we are moving forward today very strongly and resolutely. Okay, I'm going to let both Brad and Mark say some stuff, and then I'll take some questions. So.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brad McVeigh. I'm the statewide prosecutor. We're honored to stand by the governor today for this important announcement. On behalf of the Attorney General, I'd like to offer our office's full support for this important piece of legislation and the initiative to designate dangerous groups as domestic terrorist organizations. Our mission at the Office of Statewide Prosecution is to keep Floridians protected by prosecuting criminals to the fullest extent that the law allows. Under the leadership of Governor DeSantis and our Attorney General, we have seen a massive decrease in fentanyl trafficking, dope trafficking, record crime lows, major increase in human trafficking prosecutions and convictions, crackdown on abuse of vulnerable adults and exploitation of children, record prosecutions for against sex predators. But the fight continues, and we stand here committed to working with Commissioner Glass at FDLE and prosecute any individual or group associated with terrorist activity. Thank you, Commissioner Glass, for your partnership. I know that your guys at FDLE are experienced. They're experts in this terrorism and all matters terrorism, and so we look forward to working with your team on this new bill, continuing our efforts to ensure that Florida remains the safest place to raise a family. Thank you again, Governor, for being here today, making this important announcement, and thank you on behalf of our office for all that you have done during your tenure as governor to support our prosecutors and our law enforcement and the rule of law.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Glass.
Thank you, Governor. I appreciate you highlighting this bit of legislation that was put forth this year that gives us more tools in the toolbox for domestic security to be strengthened in our great state. Under the governor's leadership with the cabinet and legislator, they have put forth a great law that helped enhance what we already have on the books that not necessarily covers the domestic or foreign terrorist organizations as identifying. This gives us something a little bit more oomph to go after things. Now, I will just kind of give you an idea. So having people highlighted there is not only just for the organization to be notified, which they will be. The other part is you heard the governor talk about, we're not going to fund terrorism in our great state. We're just not going to do it. So this allows state governments, local governments, federal governments. It allows any organization within the state of Florida, or even people that claim affiliation with something, they understand that there's a place to go look that these people are designated, or these groups, these organizations are designated to fund terrorism throughout our great state and across the world. So it's actually even a public service campaign to ensure that you know where if you're receiving dollars or you're giving dollars, you know where that's going. Because the majority of the people don't take the time, or they do not have all the information that sometimes we're privy with to understand where this is all connected. So as you heard the governor talk about the role of what we're doing here today, and my role, I'm the commissioner of Florida Department of Law Enforcement, but also I'm dual-hatted as your chief domestic security officer. I live in a world of worst-case scenarios. Every day I wake up, I have to think about what is going to hurt the men and women of this great state, what is going to impact anything that's going to happen or that we're trying to move forward, and this great governor and our leadership in our state has done. And you see, we are the free state of Florida, but in order to be a free state, we got to be a safe state and secure state. So with all that information, we're presenting to the cabinet and the governor our recommendations for notice of intentions for designating certain groups to be on the domestic terrorist organization list, to include the foreign terrorist organization list that you would see that's out there with the U.S. Department of State. So with that, Governor, I just want to tell you thank you again for this great opportunity to put this legislation in full force, and we are here to protect the great citizens of the state of Florida.
Okay, thank you. And so the way it works is it needs to be ratified by the cabinet. There's a little window before the cabinet's able to do it. We don't have a regularly scheduled cabinet meeting in July, but I haven't kind of cleared it with other offices, but I think we're going to be able to jump on a call and do an emergency meeting to be able to ratify this, and then off to the races. And look, hopefully, you're not needing to do a lot of changes, but if there's groups that are involved in local governments or some of these programs, then we're going to put a stop to that. We cannot allow that to happen. And I know there's a lot of concern with how some of the education dollars is being spent, some of the money that local governments are spending, and our line is very clear: zero tolerance, and we're going to enforce that. And I think this we wouldn't have been able to do it without this new law. So I thank the legislature for stepping up, getting that done, and I think that'll be something that'll be good for for Floridian safety going forward. But we want to make it very clear: we are not we are an inhospitable state for this type of activity, and you are going to run into a lot of resistance and a lot of accountability. And I know some other states do it differently. Hell, Antifa practically lives in Portland, right? I mean, it's like their headquarters, and people just kind of seem to let it go. That ain't gonna fly here, and we're gonna hold you accountable. Okay, any questions?
Sir, if the behavior of these groups is so clear, and I'm not saying it is or it isn't, but your determination is that it is, can indictments and arrests be made right away? And if not, why aren't they being made?
Well, it's the type of thing. So first of all, I mean, some of these, the CARE was an unindicted co-conspirator in the largest terror financing trial in American history, Holy Land Foundation. You look at Antifa. Many people have been prosecuted. Now, not as much under Biden, but now you're starting to see it under Trump. So our point is like, you have an Antifa. They obviously have committed criminal offenses, but if they're involved in any of these programs, at a minimum, we've got to cut that off. I mean, we cannot have any quarter or give them any type of support. Now, a criminal prosecution involves proof beyond a reasonable doubt of an individual. Sometimes you could do a corporate entity, so that it's just different. But in terms of protecting our taxpayers and our institutions, this bill gives us the ability to do that, and that's what I know FDLE will do. And I know there's a lot of local law enforcement that are going to want to be doing this to make sure that we're getting ahead of any type of threats.
Governor, I spoke with Joe Rudman, who you know, former legislator, Republican legislator, when the bill was signed or passed by the legislature. He had concerns as a Republican saying, what happens if a Democrat is governor or maybe a Democratic cabinet, that the power that you now have with this bill could turn around the other way and maybe give power to somebody who, say, gets me from the Southern Poverty Law Center to say that this group is a terrorist?
Well, the Southern Poverty Law Center already says that. I mean, they do that all the time. They smear people. They say that they're Nazis and racists and all this other stuff. And our view on that is, we want nothing to do with the Southern Poverty Law Center. In fact, there was a bill about youth volunteers in elections offices, and it was filed by Republicans, actually some friends of mine, and it passed, and I vetoed it because, like, a big booster of it was the Southern Poverty Law Center. So I'm thinking to myself, well, wait a minute. If they think it's good, then there must be something that we're not seeing here, and so we erred on the side of caution on that. So they already do that type of stuff. I think you saw how the Biden administration treated some of these groups, but I think this is something for public scrutiny. I mean, do people dispute that? I mean, clearly they have the goods on this in terms of their operations, not just in the United States, but across the world in some of these instances. I mean, are we going to say Tren de Aragua should not be designated? They are a transnational criminal terrorist organization. They've killed a lot of people. Are we going to say the IRGC should not be designated? Now, look, I don't know. I mean, hopefully we don't have any actual people here present in the state, but that border was open for 4 years, so you just don't know. But I know they're involved in financing things, and so if we have evidence that something's touching IRGC, it's dead in the water at that point. So I think that these are common sense tools. It's not taking, saying like, some random civic group. It's based on conduct, and it's based on accumulated. And as I mentioned, with CARE, they were an unindicted co-conspirator in a very serious terror financing trial, the Holy Land Foundation. They've been linked to a lot of these groups. Clearly, the Sunni Muslim Brotherhood has been very much involved with very, very militant strands of Islamism. That's just a fact, and I think that people can judge for themselves. Antifa, first of all, I had an Antifa jump our fence during the whole Summer of Love back in 2020 at the Florida governor's place, and he was held accountable. But it's like, how are these people showing up now? Florida's not their target now because they know they'll be held accountable, and we've passed legislation, done a lot of different things. But I think these are good. I think it's trying to identify based on conduct. It's not really based on, well, it's not at all based on ideas per se, even though I don't like Antifa's ideas. I mean, they're militant leftists, but it's their actions and what they're involved with that's very destructive. And the same with Tren de Aragua, same with IRGC. Obviously, they're a revolutionary militant Islamist military organization, but they're also one of the leading fomenters of terrorism worldwide. That's just a fact, and that's been the case for many, many years. So I think that this is good. You're going to have people are going to be accountable for ratifying or not ratifying this. There's an election coming up in November. You're going to have all three cabinet members will be up for election. My sense is they will run proudly saying, hey, we're holding these groups accountable. I don't think it's going to be something that the voters are going to do. I would imagine if you were doing something where it's just some, like a Rotary Club or something, you were trying to just because you didn't like, I think the voters will punish you for that. But I think on these groups, people realize, we've got to be strong, and that's what we're going to do. And a lot of this dovetails with things that the federal government has already done, and under both parties too. I mean, the IRGC under both parties, I believe, has been designated as a terrorist organization. I know the Holy Land Foundation trial, that may have been under Clinton or Bush, but I mean, that happened, maybe Obama, but that was back in that era, and that was folks on both parties were involved with that. So I think they did it right. I think it's tailored, and I think it's, look, we don't want to spin our wheels on anything that's not going to actually make a difference, but I can't just allow a scholarship to go to an organization that is going to be linked or getting material support from some of these. Nobody wants their money going to that, and there's a whole bunch of things that we got to make sure are on the up and up.
Governor, can you elaborate specifically on how CARE files under this Florida statute definition of terrorism, maybe violent crime or computer crime?
So here's the thing. If you're materially supporting organizations that do it, if you're financing that, then obviously you are also guilty of that. And so when they were an unindicted co-conspirator, and you guys should read all the background on that, it wasn't that they had an officer of CARE engaged in violent jihad, but they were funding groups that were fomenting terrorism, and so that material support is something that is always been viewed as a necessary trigger, and that's the case here. It's more on the financing, it's more on those relationships, but those are very serious. I mean, when the money spigot is on, that's how a lot of these groups are able to go. If that money shuts down, it's a lot harder to do. And my hope is that we find it's not flowing in Florida at all. But if it is, you now have tools to be able to stop it.
You mentioned your executive order was challenged legally earlier this year. Do you expect this now then care again to legally challenge this?
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, this is 7.5 years. Whatever we do, they go to Tallahassee, they file suit. They usually do win in the district court. I mean, let's just be clear. And then we almost always win on appeal. That's been the status of it. Our executive order we had constitutional authority to do that, but this is even stronger because you have the legislature setting up a statutory scheme. The agency had to go through a process to be able to generate, and we'd already pointed to some of these groups. It wasn't we just pulled them out of a hat. I mean, this is stuff that's been long running and well documented. So I think that having that will probably be helpful. I'm not saying that we're going to win in district court in Tallahassee. It just is what it is. But I would note when these things tend to settle, we probably have as good a record as any recent administration in terms of getting our stuff to stick. And you remember, we just did the redistricting stuff, right? We had that 4 years ago. I vetoed. Then we got a map. Oh, they said it's not going to work. The trial judge said the map was defective in 2022. And then we won on appeal and eventually were validated by the Florida Supreme Court. This map, you can't take away. And then the Supreme Court came out with their redistricting decision, which justified what we were doing. Then they still tried to go into court, and they actually didn't even win in trial court this time, lost on appeal, and the Supreme Court rejected. And on it goes on a lot of these things. I mean, just the women's sports. We did that many years ago. We got sued on that, and the Supreme Court, I think, rightfully said states have a right to protect women's sports. I mean, of course you have a right to do that. I mean, the fact that even is going to the Supreme Court, I think it's a pretty sad commentary on where we are in some of these issues. So yes, we will definitely get sued. I don't think I can have a cup of coffee in the morning without getting sued. It just goes along. I mean, it's law. I mean, look, there's a lot of lawfare. There's a lot of things that happen, but that's fine, and we'll fight through it. But I definitely think that this is something that'll be beneficial. And think about it. I mean, let's just say, you had a school with ties to CARE and the Muslim Brotherhood. Do you want Florida scholarship money going to those schools? Of course you wouldn't want that. That would be absolutely outrageous. And we have a right to make sure that we're protecting the taxpayer, but also protecting the public on this stuff. It's going to work out good.
Governor, now that CARE has been declared a domestic terrorist organization, are you looking to close down their offices or chapters statewide?
Well, I think I think the question is what is their relation to state and local government and our programs? I think that's the first thing that we're doing. So, if you have a local government that's getting state funds and they're in league with CARE on some initiative, they will lose that state funding. If you have a school that's in league with CARE, they will become ineligible for those scholarship funds. So I think we're going to look at it from that perspective. When you go and say we're going to close, the problem is, the federal government had them as an unindicted co-conspirator. They didn't close it. They basically, were exposing what was there. So some of these things can be a little tricky, but I know we're on 100% solid ground on our state and local government and associated entities that work with state and local government. We can draw a very strong line in the sand and stop collaboration or stop money, and that'll be a big win, to the extent that we see. I mean, look, I get anecdotal evidence. I don't know. You got to go through. These guys will do that, but man, I mean, people want to make sure that that we're not underwriting things unwittingly that are detrimental. I mean, look, you can have political disagreements with some of this stuff. I mean, when you start talking about Islamist groups, terrorist groups, that's a whole new ball of wax. And if you don't draw a firm line, then you're not doing your job right.
Is it fair to say, Governor, that there are open criminal investigations into these groups' activities in Florida?
I'm not going to comment on that. Well, quite frankly, I'm not usually privy to most of these investigations. Mark's agency is a cabinet agency. I mean, I'm obviously the head but I mean, it's a joint thing, and they do investigations. Yeah, there'll be times where I get briefed, and sometimes I'll ask to be briefed on the overall footprint of certain things. But on a day-to-day basis, when charges are being brought against people, that's done in the usual course of business. It's certainly not me saying, oh yeah, what about Fort Myers? You guys got to go through there. I mean, look, if there's criminal activity that's not being addressed, I'll ask Mark, well, what's the deal? Why is there the fraud here? Why is there this? So I'm not privy to everything that they're doing. But even if I was, I wouldn't reveal that. I think that they keep it confidential for a reason. Okay, thanks everybody.
Governor DeSantis wrapping up his news conference in Tampa. Meanwhile, we are continuing to watch these protesters descend from the Empire State Building after climbing atop the spire there, about 1,400 feet above the ground. We are also watching State CFO Blaise Ngolia speaking right now in Sanford. We got to take a quick break right now, and then we'll get you to that news conference right after this.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading. Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, continuing to monitor this incident in New York City where a couple of masked protesters who climbed atop the spire of the Empire State Building have been climbing down. Our understanding from some reporting from WNYW is that New York police officers had started climbing up around 1 o'clock. We also know there were several street closures around the Empire State Building this afternoon, just to make sure everyone stayed safe. It appeared they were up there for maybe about half an hour at the top of the spire as they began climbing down. It appeared the man in the duo kind of proposed to the woman there. They took some pictures as well. So we're continuing to monitor that. Right now, though, I want to get you to Sanford, the fire department, where we are hearing from State CFO Blaise Ngolia, a couple of other officials there joining him as he talks about the importance of firefighters, celebrating Florida's firefighters. As CFO, he is also the state fire marshal. And so let's go ahead and listen in as Blaise Ngolia speaks in Sanford.
Be here. And I want to personally thank all the first responders in the room, whether you are fire, whether you're police. Thank you for everything that you do to keep our communities safe. My name is Blaise Ngolia. I'm the CFO and the state fire marshal. I'm excited to be here in Sanford, which, believe it or not, is one of the oldest continually operating fire department in the state, been operating since 1873. Now, there's a little bit of controversy. We need to figure this out. We've been literally on the phone with checking AI to see which ones are the oldest in the state, and we're getting different answers. We know that Sanford is one of the oldest. We think that Key West may be a little bit older. We think that St. Augustine may be a little older. So we are eventually going to get down to the bottom of this at some point. But it is one of the oldest, and we thank them all for the service. I think Senator Broder was in middle school when this first opened in 1873. I cannot confirm that.
Maybe high school.
So maybe high school, he says. So here with that, we do have some elected officials and dignitaries in the room. First, we want to thank Mayor of Sanford, Art Woodruff, for being here. Mayor, thank you. Senator Broder is here, a longtime friend. Thank you, sir. Representative David Smith is here. And the incomparable Sanford Fire Chief, Ronnie McNeil. Thank you. Thank you. You know, this is especially fitting as we are about to celebrate the 250th birthday of the greatest country in the world, the United States of America. For generations, Floridians in Sanford and others across our great state has been able to depend on their first responders to help them in times of need. When we say that first responders are the backbones of our communities, we absolutely mean it. The impact the first responders have had on our communities and the lives they have saved is undeniable and immeasurable. So as we mark on this important milestone in our country's history, I first want to take a minute to thank the first responders again that we have here today, and all of the people who have came before them and all the people that will come after them. Guys, give these guys a big round of applause. Thank you. Your legacy and the legacy of selfless service is part of why our country has remained the strongest in the world for the last 250 years, a beacon of hope, as you would and will continue to be the best country to live in. As we celebrate the 4th of July and America's 250th birthday, we know that our first responders might have a very busy weekend ahead of them. So Floridians, I encourage you to take some steps to make sure that we are staying safe this year, especially if you are going to be having some fun with some things that you're going to be lighting on fire this upcoming week. So just make sure you keep your hands away from lit fireworks. I know this goes without saying. Never stand over or put your hands on a firework with lighting it unless you are trying to make a ridiculous TikTok video. Then I understand why. If you want to do something stupid, it is going to go viral. Please don't do that. Make sure that you take care of yourselves. Be mindful of pets and wildfire risk. Fireworks can frighten pets, causing them to run away or become injured. Fireworks can also start wildfires. Please use extreme caution when using them. Then check to see if your county is under a burn ban at fdax.gov. It is very important because, look, I understand most people want to go out. They get, you might have a barbecue and you have friends come over. We still have to be responsible when we talk about this. So let's make sure that we are not putting our first responders in harm's way by causing needless fires. Now, we're in a much better situation today than we were a couple of weeks ago when it comes to the wildfires. The rain has definitely helped, but we don't want to take any chances, so please do that. Choose a safe location. Use fireworks outdoor in a clear, open area away from homes, vehicles, dry grass, trees, or other flammable materials. Again, it's sort of easy, but I've seen videos of people lighting off fireworks inside the homes. Bad idea, guys. What are you guys trying to do? Please don't. Dispose of fireworks properly. Soak used fireworks in water and place them in a metal trash can away from buildings and anything else that can burn. Now, I understand that there are also a lot of plastic. We have plastic trash cans. If it does fall in the street, please soak them, put them on the side, soak them in water, put them on the side, on your sidewalks, let them dry out overnight. Please, we don't want to take it, because I've seen this also where people will take it and they'll just automatically throw it in the trash can, right? And that will start fires. Please don't do that. Supporting our firefighters and ensuring the safety of Floridians has been a main priority of mine while serving as Florida State Fire Marshal over the last year. Since I took office almost a year ago, we have awarded more than 100 fire departments with the funds to support, enhance, and expand emergency response capabilities. I know my predecessor, Jimmy Petronis, has a wonderful relationship with our fire departments. When he was state fire marshal, I am continuing that legacy. We're making sure that our first responders have the funds that they need, and more importantly, the equipment that they need in order to keep themselves safe. Nearly $1 million has been awarded through the Firefighter Cancer Decontamination Grant Program to provide fire departments with the tools they need to decontaminate equipment and protect themselves from harmful cancer-causing chemicals. Guys, this is very important. Fighting fires today is much, much different than fighting fires 40 years ago. Back then, when you had a structure fire, most likely it was wood and concrete. Today, structure fires are wood, they are concrete, but they're also harmful, hazardous chemicals, petrochemicals, plastics that get absorbed into firefighters' skins. They breathe them in, and they are at a greater risk at certain types of cancers because of that. And it's not only the stuff that's on their skin. They would go home, they would hug a loved one, their little child, and they can transpose some of that. We need to make sure that our firefighters remain safe. So these firefighter decontamination grant programs are very important to that end. Nearly $3 million has been awarded through the Firefighter Assistance Grant Program to bolster emergency response capabilities and ensure that our volunteer fire departments have the resources they need to serve their communities. On top of that, we awarded more than $45 million in appropriations through the Department of Financial Services for projects across the state enhancing Florida's firefighting infrastructure. That's a lot what our legislators do, making sure they're listening to their communities, they're listening to fire departments, they're listening to city managers, they're listening to administrators, seeing what the needs are and putting in appropriations requests. When that is approved by the governor, we then go out and we, along with the legislators who have worked hard to get it into the budget, spread the good news that we are helping with their infrastructure. I'm sure you've seen across the state new fire stations being built, new equipment being delivered. our commitment to our firefighters is not going to end. It is ongoing, and you can continue seeing that commitment from me and these guys as long as we are in office. In addition to the funds that we have awarded over the last year, a total of $2 million more was included in fiscal year 2026-27, the budget signed by the governor this week, to continue awards through the Firefighter Cancer Decontamination Grant Program and the Firefighter Assistance Grant Program to allow for even more fire departments to tap into those services. Guys, especially when it comes to cancer and firefighters at risk of this on the job, this is something that, you know, we only started really talking about maybe 10 years ago. It was first an awareness campaign. We were making everyone aware that this was going on, and now we're in the prevention phase. So the more we can get this out, the more we can educate, the more we can clean the equipment, the safer they're going to be. This year, the Division of State Fire Marshal hosted the largest training exercise ever held for our 8 urban search and rescue teams across Florida, bringing more than 400 members and equipment together to train. Our urban search and rescue teams are awesome at what they do. They are very specially trained. They spend a lot of time and energy training for unique responses to unique situations, a lot of them being hurricanes, some of them tornadoes. These guys are boots on the ground, very, very quickly, advanced teams, if you will, to make sure that a lot of these locations are secure. I have seen this training firsthand. You'd be amazed at the amount of work and preparation that goes into this, because when a hurricane strikes or you have some sort of natural disaster, if you don't have the proper training, you are putting our own firefighters at risk. So they spend a lot of time and energy making sure that they are properly trained. They're the first boots on the ground, making basically the special forces when it comes to firefighters. I've had the opportunity to visit these training. I tried to partake in some of these training. These guys blew right past me. It was amazing just how well prepared they are and how in shape that they are. They train for water rescues, building collapses, wide area searches, hazmat, and many other types of emergencies that they have to respond to. As State Fire Marshal, my team is responsible for coordinating our USAR teams and their equipment following a disaster. And I am proud of the work we have done to ensure that they are ready for any and all emergencies Floridians might face. I also want to take a moment of personal privilege right now to thank USAR teams Task Force 1 and 2 from Miami. They are a federalized team. They have the ability to go outside the state and outside this country if necessary in order to help others in need. They are currently deployed to Venezuela. They left last week, and they're helping assist in the aftermath of the earthquakes down there. Florida is the best state in the best country, and Florida has the best firefighters, my opinion, anywhere in the United States. So as we celebrate 250 years of freedom, let's take a moment to the people who make our nation so great, including all of our first responders. I'm honored to be your CFO and State Fire Marshal, and I'm even more thankful for the free state of Florida and for the United States of America. Guys, have a happy 250th, have a happy 4th, and remember to stay safe. Now we're going to hear from our speakers. Next up, Senator Jason Broder. Can you turn on the AC for me?
Yeah, I'll turn on the AC for you. I just want to thank all of you very much on behalf of our community, and I want to thank our State Fire Marshal, Blaise Ngolia, for coming to recognize the hard work that our men and women of this community put in. You know, I've had the privilege of serving with State Fire Marshal Ngolia, Blaise, for over the last decade, and I will tell you that what he glossed over and failed to mention was that his signature piece of legislation in 2019 was the Firefighter Cancer Bill. The reason why firefighters in the state of Florida now have cancer benefits is because he wrote that bill. He not only talks the talk, he walks the walk. And so when he says, be safe, You're the most important firefighters in America. He believes it. He's put his name on the line for it, continues to do so every day. And to come down here in recognition of everything you do, thank you very much for doing that, sir. And as a more than 20-year resident whose house was built, who had a house that was built in 1871, I'll battle for the 1873 thing. I think we probably are the oldest. This town has seen some things when it comes to first responders, and we want to make sure that we continue to highlight and recognize and wish for safety. As we go into the 250th weekend, we have a lot to be proud of and a lot to celebrate. And a lot of that is because of the first responders in this town that continue to help make this a wonderful community in the best state, in the best country in the world. And so thank you all very much for coming. Thank you for the work that you do. Thank you to the men and women who have chosen their life of public service in this building and all of the first responder buildings here in Sanford. And we really appreciate it, and have a safe and wonderful 4th. Thank you. Thank you, sir. And now State Representative David Smith.
All right, well, I'll be brief because everything that need to be said today has been said by my two good friends. And you know, when I got the opportunity, when Blaze's people said, hey, would you like to come and stand with Blaze? He's coming to Seminole County. I wanted to be here to welcome him to Seminole County, and we're glad to have his time and talk about these important issues. But again, Senator Broder hit the nail on the head that, stealing my comments, is the cancer presumption bill is the premier piece of legislation for firefighters in the state of Florida, which is a model for other states to look at what Florida's doing for firefighters. And we've got the right fire marshal. We need to keep the right fire marshal. And we're talking about things also that go beyond. It's the folks that are at risk at their jobs, that they're compensated appropriately for the risk that they take. And again, you know, if anybody that's met me more than 5 minutes, you know I spent my career in the United States Marine Corps. I'm one of the few combat veterans in the legislature. But I'll tell you, Marines and firefighters have a kinship because we march towards the danger, and you need to be paid appropriately. And it's a tough life. It's a tough life that takes wear and tear, and you need to be able to retire and live out the rest of your life with a cost of living adjustment and be able to reap the fiscal benefits that you've earned through your faithful service. And we're doing what we're doing in the legislature in order to help promote firefighters, all first responders, that we can attract and retain the skill set that we need to keep people safe here in Florida. I mean, 250 years as a nation, as a strong nation, and we're getting stronger. And Florida is leading the way, and Blaze and Goliath is leading the way for first responders and firefighters here in Florida. Thank you very much for taking your time to come join us today. Chief.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the Sanford Fire Department, thank you for being here today. We were established in 1873, as the CFO said. We are one of the oldest. There's still a lot of material out there unknown stuff.
I promise you.
So we had a big discussion on it. So we've grown from informal bucket brigade with horses and carriage to what we are today. We're 113 personnel, men and women. We respond to over 13,500 calls. We're a very busy 3-station. Just opened a 4th station last week, so we got a station 40. So we did open a new station. But all this growth and development wouldn't be possible without the support of the leaders at many levels, with the support of our local commissioners, support of the state level CFOs helped us tremendously on growing, and our men and women will continue to save lives daily due to the invaluable support spoken about today. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Something else I just want to piggyback off of this. You guys may not know this. I know chiefs and the guys know this, is that every time a firefighter goes through training, they get a certificate, and we do a lot of issuing certificates at the State Fire Marshal's office. I hand sign every single certificate for every single firefighter that comes through. This was something that I did when I was a state rep and when I was a state senator for our teachers and the volunteers in our schools, because I thought it meant more. And you're talking about thousands and thousands of letters for teachers, and now I'm doing it for our firefighters, because I want them to know that it's not an auto pen doing it. This is actually a human sitting there actually hand signing every single one of the certificates, just to show that I actually care. Because the way I look at this is that if you are putting your lives on the line every day, if you're going through the training and you are going to put yourself literally in the line of fire, when it comes to this, the least I can do is show my deep, profound appreciation for what you do and hand sign each and every one. It is something that I am totally committed to do, and I will continue doing so. Thank you for what you do. Know that your State Fire Marshal's office is working here for you. We care about you. We care about your safety. Any questions from the press? I'm off easy. That's awesome. Whoop. Oh, see, now you raise your hand. What outlet are you with? What's that? West? NBC. The new data center law? So, I've said this over the weekend. I am not a fan of data centers. I think that data centers are wrong for the state of Florida. I think that there is no law that can go strong enough against data centers. Look, we live in the state of Florida because of its natural beauty. I would hate to think that this state is going to be littered for decades to come with those monstrosities, because some of them are like 200 acres. You guys all familiar with the eyesore and I-4, right? So this is one of my concerns with data centers, is that I think it's Moore's law that says that like every couple of years the technology gets smaller and then it like goes half in size, but it doubles, right? One of my concerns for communities is that these communities are going to approve data centers, and then you're going to have a 200-acre data center, but then 10 years from now, the actual data center could probably fit in the size of this room right now and have like 5 times the capacity. And then we're going to be sitting with these monstrosities on our agricultural lands, and they're all going to become eyesores on I-4s in our backyard. So do I think that the current law is useful to help protect ratepayers and help protect our aquifer and our water resources? Yes. Do I think it can go further? Absolutely. I am very, very concerned about hyperscale data center. Here's another thing. I do not understand. Look, this really gets me about data centers is that you have these tech companies coming into our communities and they pitch these data centers to our local elected officials, and they do it as an economic development program. So they want tax dollars in order to build these data centers. So they come to our communities, they ask for tax dollars. So they want our tax dollars, they want our energy, they want our water, then they want our labor to go and build the data center on short term. Also, they can create AI to take all of our jobs. I don't get it. And I think a lot of Floridians are starting to realize that they don't get it either. Any other questions? Guys, thank you. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
State CFO Blaise Ngolia speaking in Sanford just a few minutes ago, talking about firefighters and everything they are doing, and also giving some important advice and things to keep in mind, safety precautions to take for this July 4th weekend. Do you want to give you an update on the Empire State Building situation that we were tracking? WNYW saying NYPD has taken those 2 suspects into custody after police continued climbing and greeting them, taking them into custody. Charges are pending right now. An investigation is underway. Let me also give you a live look right now in Menora, North Dakota, where President Trump has arrived on the Freedom 250 train and is going to soon make an appearance at the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library. Today's the opening ceremony of that. President Trump also going to make some remarks a little bit later this afternoon. at that library. So we'll be monitoring for that this afternoon. Right now, we are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we still have, we will wait because I see President Trump walking out right now. We'll see if he speaks at all, makes any sort of comments as he disembarks the train. President Trump arrives in North Dakota, getting off the Freedom 250 train there to much fanfare ahead of his appearance at the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library this afternoon. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, awaiting some additional remarks from President Trump later this afternoon. We did hear earlier from Vice President J.D. Vance speaking in Virginia Beach. He also took questions for a few minutes from reporters after that event. Here's what he said.
Of course, one of the things we're proudest of in the Trump administration is that we've seen a massive reduction in backlogs for veterans who are calling the VA to get the treatment and the benefits they deserve. Doug, why don't you say a little bit about that, because that's been because of your great work.
Well, one of the things the president said, he said, go take care of veterans. And it's with help of people like Jen Kiggins in Congress that we've been able to partner together to lower backlogs. Just to let you know, when we stepped in from the previous administration, we had 260,000 backlog claims over 125 days. I'm here to tell you historic lows. We're in the 60s from 137 days down to 77 days. That's what it means to put a veteran first at the VA. And with help of like Jen, who works at it every day on the Congress side, with the vice president and the president, we all work together to do one thing, is put veterans first at the VA. Time for wait times are going down. More people are getting services. We've actually opened, Vice President, 2 million more appointment times across the country that did not exist a year ago. So we can take care of our younger veterans. These folks coming out right here, they're going to be taken care of. And it's thanks to y'all.
Okay, thank you, Doug. All right, questions?
Thanks, Mr. Vice President. Why do you think Ocasio-Cortez says she hopes that you're the nominee in the 2028 presidential election?
I don't know. I don't think much about 2028, as you know. My attitude is, let's do a good job now. Let's continue to try to bank some wins for the American people. We can worry about the future when the future comes, but we got an important midterm election here. We got to keep the people in Congress who've been fighting for our troops and our veterans, like Jen Kiggins, in office. That's what I'm focused on.
Yeah, not midterm convention.
In all of your remarks just now, will you commit that the U.S. won't return to full-fledged combat operations before the 60-day clock at the embassy with help?
Well, I can't commit to anything because obviously it depends on what the Iranians are ultimately going to do. As I said up there, what I can commit to is the president's not going to send our military back in unless he has to, unless there's a clearly defined purpose for it. I think that was really the contrast I was trying to draw between open-ended military commitments with no clear objective and what the president of the United States has done, which is define an objective, go and accomplish that objective. If we've got to do more, of course, that's kind of up to the Iranians. If they try to rebuild their nuclear program, if they try to start shooting at commercial vessels again, that's going to change our calculus. But right now, what the president has said is go and make a deal, go and negotiate in good faith, and that's what he's empowered us to do.
Mr. Vice President, what Justice Alito will retire before the end of the term, or before the next term?
I don't know. You know, Justice Alito is such an amazing guy, and I think the Supreme Court, he would be irreplaceable. But of course, if he retired, that's up to him, and we would try to do the best job we could at finding a proper replacement.
Vice President, what are the status of the Doha talks that the president mentioned?
Vice President J.D. Vance answering questions from reporters just a little bit ago. Meanwhile, President Trump in the motorcade on the way to the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library. We've got more Fox 35 News Plus coming up in a couple of minutes. I'm going to head to Studio A, get ready for our soccer special that's coming up around 2 o'clock. You'll be able to stream that when it begins and also watch it on Fox 35. Thanks for joining us, and we'll have more in just a minute.
This has been it's very surprising timing for this to happen. So yeah, it's been thrilling to just every time you feel like things are going to level out, it just keeps on going. It's just a team that, as you would expect, when they're winning over 3/4 of their games over that period of time, they're just firing on all cylinders, literally, where almost everything is going right. Every aspect of the game has been playing really fundamentally sound baseball, and it has dramatically changed their whole perception of their season in a single month. So it's a very different position than they've been in for several years now. And depending on the way you slice it, it feels like the team as a whole actually has higher potential than any in a very long time.
And I feel like we've done a couple of segments this season on how surprising this Marlins team has been. Obviously, I don't think many people expected them to go on a 20-6 run here, but what were some of those underlying players and signs that this team is primed to make a real run at the playoffs?
The first place you have to go here is their catcher, Joe Mack, who's a rookie catcher. This was coincidentally, his first full month as a big league catcher. And maybe it's not a coincidence, just because he came up already with this reputation of being amazing defensively. And also, he's been everything they could have wanted, exactly as advertised on that end. And that's a dramatic change even from where they were last year. And last year they had, by relative to expectations, had a good season last year, but that was a glaring weakness all season long, was teams were constantly able to steal bases against them, that they were also making other fundamental mistakes behind the plate, and he has cleaned that up while catching almost every single game. And then he's also, just the night before we're talking, he hit a 450-foot home run. He's been a better than league average hitter overall relative to his position. You combine that, a guy that's as good as anybody on defense and can also be all of a sudden a big threat at the plate, and he's one of the more valuable players. There's the intangible part of it too, where he's working with their pitchers, of course, and he's making their pitchers better. During the course of this month, Sandy Alcantara, he won 6 games in a single month for a guy that has had a whole season in his career where the team around him hasn't been good enough, where he's won maybe 8 to 10 games in an entire season. And it's not like he has necessarily flipped the switch back to being a superstar. A lot of it is just being managed very carefully by working with Joe Mack and also the support he's been getting as well. So for him, Max Meyer is right up there, where he's been undefeated this entire season. He's their most likely all-star, at least on the pitching side, and he had another great month as well. So many pitchers performed very well this month, and I think indirectly you have to tie that back to how they've improved defensively behind the plate. All that kind of comes together, where I think these pitchers are more comfortable than they've been before, and they're being put in a better position to succeed than they were before.
And what does it say that they have the lowest competitive balance tax payroll in baseball? What does that say about this front office that, for the last couple of years has really drawn a lot of concerns from fans?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a couple sides of it. I mean, one, it is hard to put together a winning team without really spending money, and it just shows how they've been able to make it work on the margins. They've been able to make very smart moves that have gone under the radar. Some of their better relievers this year are guys that are earning the league minimum that were discarded by other teams, whether it be Michael Peterson or Lake Bacher, guys that even now are not anywhere close to household names, but are pitching very well for them. Tyler Phillips would be a good example. He's in their starting rotation right now. He was given away essentially by the Phillies 2 years ago, and he's been amazing ever since then. But on the other side, from a fan perspective, I think the hope is that, well, they've been saving this money for a raining day. They've been saving this money for when they were actually going to be good. And now that they're in a position where they're essentially right on the cusp of playoff position, that come the trade deadline a month from now, they now have the flexibility to spend real money on established talent to complement this core they already have. So that's something where the front office will never pledge to do so publicly, but I think certainly in the forefront of everybody's mind is this team should be aggressive this summer to continue improving and make sure that they can sustain the great play that they had in June.
So when it comes to rainy days, from drizzling to torrential downpour, how aggressive should the Marlins be at this trade deadline?
There's another wrinkle to throw into that, which is that after the season, the collective bargaining agreement with Major League Baseball expires, and it's expected to be a lockout again, as it was the case 4 or 5 years earlier. And so there's some question about whether there will actually be a full-length season in 2027 or a season at all, which you'd think would add to the sense of urgency for them to be aggressive this year, just given that who knows exactly how long they have to wait to get back in action afterwards. They want to capitalize on this momentum. That's part of it. At the same time, they do have so many players that are under club control for multiple years. So not just 2027, but beyond. Guys that will still be relatively affordable even for the Marlins a few years from now, where they do have pieces of this core emerging. Joe Mack is the one I highlighted. Max Meyer is now the other one that has had this breakout year. Otto Lopez, likely all-star at shortstop. These are all players that are far away from free agency. So like you can understand both sides of it, where they're going to be around a while, and some of them can realistically be expected to get even better moving forward organically. So even though there's a temptation to bring in even more established talent at certain positions, you don't want to block these young players from fully developing themselves and reaching the best version of themselves, which might already happen. But I think ultimately it does depend on how the rest of the playoff race materializes over the course of this month. If there's just a very clear opportunity for them, it's a very analytical organization. So if they feel like, as things currently stand, that they have a solid chance of going deep this year, then I think that's the situation where they would capitalize. Whereas at this time, perhaps last year, when they were not that far behind record-wise from where they are now, I think they felt that was a little premature and that they weren't quite ready to contend right away. So they did essentially nothing at that trade deadline last year. So I think it'll be more aggressive than it was last year, but still have to sustain this for another few weeks in order to convince everybody. The players themselves kind of have to convince the front office that this is real.
And what about some players working their way back from injuries? I mean, could we see some, I guess, internal reinforcements in the next month or so?
I would characterize the guy that got back about a week ago as a very key internal reinforcement, Yuri Perez, and he got another win on Tuesday at Colorado. Somebody that I had circled as perhaps their most talented player overall entering this season, somebody that has unlimited potential, but was really disappointing the first couple months until going down with a leg injury that cost him about a month. So since he's come back, he's looked much closer to the guy as expected, and he has helped reinforce a starting rotation that was just as running on fumes, for lack of a better word, a month ago. That was a very key issue, and that's the area where they'll either need more internal reinforcements or they'll need to go outside the organization to get help. There's not a lot of needle moving pitchers coming back from injury on the near horizon. They did just get Liam Hicks back from injury yesterday as well, a guy that is leading the team in RBIs by a wide margin. And he used to be their part-time catcher, and now he's been shifted to a designated hitter, first baseman. He makes their lineup quite a bit deeper too. And then, also recently it's been this recent wave of returns. Griffin Conine as well, who had a couple huge games in Colorado recently, the son of Jeff Conine. This is shaping up to be his best season ever. So a lot of the big guys, they've just gotten back from injury. I think more so it's about a question of whether they look to their farm system for some hot prospect promotions to continue to reinforce things. Kemp Alderman is an amazing power hitter at the AAA level that I think is just about ready to help if an opportunity presents itself. Carson Milbrandt, just as we're speaking, got named to the All-Star Futures game, and he has an ERA under 2. He's been a strikeout machine. He's been unhittable really in the upper minors so far. So the question is whether he actually has a role on their pitching staff this year or whether it's a little bit too fast. I think at this moment we're getting pretty close to seeing the strongest group that they have to offer internally, which is why it's really hard to deny that this is an appropriate time to go outside the organization to get aggressive, to make a trade of some kind just to help these guys out, because I think right now it's been a realistic best case scenario that they're 6 games over 500 already.
And definitely don't expect July to be another 20-6 month, but what are the realistic expectations or what do you want to see from this team over the next month ahead of the trade deadline?
I think it's going to be very important to see that the starting pitchers that they have continue to keep it up, because it is still a thin starting rotation where there's a lot of pressure on Sandy Alcantara, Yuri Perez, and Max Meyer. And so it's going to be critical for them to just stay healthy, because if any of them go down with an injury, or in Yuri's case, another injury, then it's going to be really dicey down the stretch. They've been leaning a lot on bullpen games that have worked out very well, but that seems like the least sustainable part of the team, is like leaning as heavily as they have been on their relievers, which is why I'll be critical just for these, if nothing else, these starters to provide a lot of innings just to make sure that the relievers are still available come the end of the year. I think we see it a lot with teams where guys that have been amazing all year long, they just implode at a certain time because due to overwork. That'll be the most important aspect of it. And other than that, I'd say the one hitter, one of the few things that hasn't gone right, I would say, is their center fielder, Jacob Marcy. And he really lit the world on fire as a rookie last year, the final couple of months of the season. And he's, again, like, he sticks out like a sore thumb as one of the only guys that didn't have a good June whatsoever. So he's pretty critical because it is, that's the position where it's almost impossible to find efficiently a center fielder on the trade market. They want him to be that guy, but he just has he's been hitting under 200 this year, just falling short in a lot of different aspects compared to expectations. So I think he's the kind of the key guy to follow, because they really are depending on him to turn things around, and to this point he hasn't. So that's kind of the one guy I'm circling to get it going. And maybe when some of these other hitters cool off, that if he heats up to counterbalance that'll give them a very good chance of actually being in the playoffs this year.
Awesome. And for people who want to keep up with you and keep up with the Marlins, where can they go to find it?
All things Fish on First. We're on fishonfirst.com, and our whole network of coverage across social media, podcasting, video live streams. We do a lot of work there. We'll be all over this team down the stretch of the season. And this next month is about as busy as it gets, given that the team is in a buying position. So check us out at Fish on First. We'd appreciate that.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
dismantle any TDA presence. I learned of this case because of the great work of our state and local partners, those in the Dallas County District Attorney's Office, Farmers Branch Police Department, and the Dallas Police Department. Through their efforts and prosecution of one of the TDA members earlier this year, the evidence that came to light compelled me, as well as General Blanche and Director Patel, to act. Let me tell you what that evidence was. On August 24th, 2024, in the middle of night, a man and two kids had their hands zip-tied and were kidnapped by TDA members who demanded that they pay them money. Once the TDA members realized the man could not pay them any money, they pulled over by a bridge in Dallas and told the man to jump off. When he refused to do so, and attempted to flee, a TDA member gunned him down, execution style, in front of the two children. The Farmers Branch police found the man on the side of the road, abandoned and bleeding from the head because of a single gunshot right between his eyes. This led my office to initiate an international investigation of this transnational criminal organization. I immediately mobilized my violent crime chief, Jeremy Fugate, to team up with Task Force Vulcan and the Homeland Security Task Force, which includes many different agencies, particularly FBI and HSI, to investigate this transnational gang at the highest levels. Yesterday was a culmination of this outstanding multi-agency collaboration to bring the full force of the federal government on TDA's presence in Texas and our nation. In our federal indictment, a Northern District of Texas grand jury charged 5 TDA members, including a high-ranking TDA official, Hector Garcia Zuniga, also known as Murray, with racketeering charges spanning state lines and international borders, including murder, kidnapping, and jackpotting. Those defendants charged in our indictment are all foreign nationals who have illegally been present at one time or another in this country. Those defendants are as follows: Murray, who I just mentioned a moment ago, Carlos Luis Zambrano Bolivar, Yanni Jesus Serrano, Jonathan Toro Gonzalez, and Ihiker Mendoza. And let me be clear, we're just continuing to investigate, and we're going to dig deeper and deeper. And I'll end with this. To members of TDA, we're coming for you, and we're particularly coming for you if you come to North Texas. With that, I'll turn it over to the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Andrew S. Boutros, and I'm the United States Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois. It's an honor and privilege to stand here with General Blanche and all of our other law enforcement partners as we make this important announcement. A criminal complaint was filed yesterday in the Northern District of Illinois charging 3 individuals, Josue Pacheco Torres, Cliver Monteserno Bursino, and a 3rd individual with kidnapping, conspiracy, and committing a kidnapping that resulted in death. And let me just also describe the ruthless kidnapping and murder that occurred that is the basis of this criminal complaint. On a spring afternoon in May of this year, just less than 60 days or so ago, a victim was walking with 2 other men near a particular park in Chicago, which houses a large green space on the south side of Chicago with 3 playgrounds, a basketball court, and a baseball field. The defendants captured the victim and then forced him into a car where he was initially driven to a Chicago apartment. There, the defendant and their co-conspirators bound the victim's wrists behind his back, held him against his will, and kept him in there for hours. They later exited this apartment with the victim, where now the victim's hands were tied behind his back. They transported the victim to an abandoned building in Chicago, where he was shot multiple times in the head and in the body. The victim's lifeless body was left face down in the bathroom, partially in the bathtub, in an abandoned unit. When the victim's body was recovered, it was badly beaten, and there were blunt force trauma and injury to his head, his face, his arms, his neck, his hands, and his torso. The following night, the Chicago Police Department received a call from the victim's mother, who requested a wellness check at the abandoned building. The mother told the police that she had been directed to the building by an individual associated with the co-conspirators. Chicago police entered the building and found the victim dead inside the bathroom, shot multiple times, and again with the victim's wrist still being bound behind his back. I want you to think about those facts for a moment. A man kidnapped from a park in Chicago in broad daylight, beaten, held against his will, taken to an abandoned building and shot multiple times, and left in a bathtub. All in the name of Tren de Aragua And to show just how brutal and merciless this gang is, someone then went and called the victim's mother and told her where she could find her lifeless son's body. The violence that TDA has wrought in Chicago did not begin this spring afternoon in May. Federal law enforcement has been investigating these murderers and these various shootings involving suspected TDAs since 2024, when the new administration came in. And make no mistake that a new dawn of crime fighting is underway in Chicago. It started when in the United States in January of 2025, when President Trump was sworn into office, and it also began when in April of 2025, when General Blanche and General Bondi supported me to become the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois. In Chicago, we are laser focused on anti-violence work and on being serious about going after criminals who wreak havoc and violence in our community. And the numbers and the stats reflect the level of seriousness and commitment that we are bringing to bear in this particular program area that is of vital importance. These charges today are just one example of the tireless work that our federal law enforcement apparatus in Chicago is undertaking. And it is literally the reflection of the fact that the feds, all the various agencies, and the U.S. Attorney's Office, we're working day and night, we're working weekends and holidays to keep the citizens of Northern Illinois safe. I couldn't be prouder of our federal prosecutors and law enforcement partners who have embraced the anti-violence initiative that I've been leading. This 4th of July weekend, as we celebrate the 250th birthday of the greatest nation on earth, many families in Chicago will be able to celebrate with loved ones because the whole of federal government in Chicago is taking violent crime seriously in a way that hasn't been seen in years. The scourge of violence in Chicago has gripped Chicago for too long, and now Chicago is beginning to see relief. The complaint against these 3 TDA members should leave no doubt that the U.S. Attorney's Office in Chicago will vigorously pursue transnational organizations and hold their members and associates accountable for their violent criminal acts. We will continue to prioritize these investigations, in particular of TDA, which very deservedly have been designated by President Trump and his administration as a terrorist organization. Our shared goal is crystal clear: to disrupt and dismantle TDA and not allow it to gain a foothold in the United States or in Chicagoland. Plus, we want to bring to justice those who break the law, especially using violence. Thank you, General Blanche, Director Patel, and all the other partners who are here for the tremendous leadership and unwavering partnership. I want to thank the FBI, HSI, ATF, DEA, and the many others who are on the front line as we work to fight the scourge of TDA and other violence. I'll also say that tomorrow, I'll be back in Chicago tonight, but in tomorrow, and we have a major anti-violence announcement coming out of Chicago involving a historic operation that is actually fully coming down today, and we'll be announcing the results of what we're calling a badgeless operation, and the results of that tomorrow. So for those interested, stay tuned. Big news out of Chicago in the anti-violence front.
Thank you. Just before we take questions, if you can note, we're putting some photos up from the complaint from the Chicago arrests. And you can see in one of the photos that's on the screen right now, one of the alleged participants is wearing an ankle bracelet because he's out on bail in Chicago for very serious crimes. And again, there'll be more coming out about that in the coming days, but it's an example of the dangers of no cash bail and sanctuary city policies that results in things like those photos. All right, I'll take a couple of questions. Go ahead.
I have 2 questions. I know the administration has been using terrorism charges against TDA members in other cases. Is it possible that those charges will be added in these cases?
Yes. Yes. Oftentimes, those charges, additional charges, come later in the case when we're able to supersede. And I've instructed, President Trump's instructed our prosecutors to, wherever possible, add any sort of terrorism charges to existing cases or cases that we're charging. So, yeah.
I have a question for the FBI director, if you don't mind. Reuters is reporting that the ransom notes that were sent regarding Nancy Guthrie's disappearance are fake. Are you able to confirm that those have been determined to be fake?
I'm not going to comment on that. We are continuing to assist that investigation. We've always been in an assist role. It's a state matter being led by the state authorities. Thank you.
Paul. Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. I have questions about two recent Supreme Court rulings. Let's start with yesterday, the birthright citizenship ruling. I know you guys announced yesterday you're going to ramp up efforts to combat birth tourism schemes. But Secretary Mullin said earlier today there are discussions about other options after this ruling. Can you discuss what other options are on the table after yesterday's decision?
Well, from a Department of Justice standpoint, it's obviously focusing our prosecutors and our law enforcement partners on birthing tourism, and it's a booming industry, and it will continue. It will continue given the Supreme Court's decision yesterday. There's other things that DHS can do and the federal government can do in the visa process and the application process to try to minimize or limit the opportunity of folks coming here to not to visit and not to do what they're saying they're doing on their tourist visa, but just to have a baby that can then be a U.S. citizen. So from our standpoint, it's focusing on what is a problem. So everybody should agree that it's a violation of our laws if your intent in coming here, if you're pregnant, is to have a child to become a United States citizen because of our now laws. And so what we have to do as the Department of Justice is make sure our agents, our HSI agents that we work with and the FBI are focused on stopping that. And that's what we're going to do. So, yeah.
Supreme Court case. There was another ruling in the Hawaii gun case, ruling that banning guns on private property is unconstitutional. There are other states that have those same laws. Is the Justice Department going to take action against any other states that have those laws currently on the books after this ruling?
Yeah, look, I think Maryland, California, New Jersey, New York have basically existing laws that are now unconstitutional. So the fact that the Department of Justice should have to take action is embarrassing to the attorneys generals and the leadership in those states if we do have to take action, because they now have a law that the Supreme Court has said is a violation of our Constitution. So if we have to sue them, of course we will, and they should be sued, but it shouldn't take this Department of Justice telling a state they're violating the Constitution when the Supreme Court told them they were yesterday. So it's not only those 4 states, there's a bunch of other states that have pending legislation that mirrors the Hawaii law that was just declared unconstitutional. So I expect those efforts will cease, but we'll see what those states do, and if they don't immediately rectify their unconstitutional law, we'll do it for them. Yeah.
Thank you, Attorney General. How have the earthquakes in Venezuela impacted any of the Tren de Aragua investigations or ongoing cases?
I mean, it's a horrific tragedy, and I think at a time when, over the past week, 10 days, a lot of the effort that we've been entering into has been to save lives and to help the communities there recover. I view that as a separate track from the work we're doing here to combat TDA, whether they're here or in Colombia or Venezuela. So I don't view the tragedy as having slowed us down. It's just something that we all of our hearts break for what happened in Venezuela, and that's separate and apart from the work we're doing on the TDA folks. Good.
All right, as you see there, listening in to those Department of Justice individuals giving an update on the Tren de Aragua gang activity. Wanted to bring that to you here on Live Now. We are, though, in a new hour here on Live Now from Fox, continuing some of our 24/7 coverage with these biggest stories and updates. Now, if you've been with us for the last couple of hours, my colleague Stephanie Quinn was here on the desk as there were two climbers who scaled the Empire State Building. I want to show you this live look that we have there on your screen of the building, and it has now been cleared at this time. But 2 people are now in custody after they scaled the Empire State Building. They're also known, as our partners there at Fox 5 are reporting to us, as Skywalkers. We do know that their names are Angela Nicolau and Ivan Birkus. It is important to note that police have not yet confirmed those identities, but our partners at Fox 5 have said that is how they have been identified. In the meantime, though, I want to bring into the conversation Meredith Gorman. She's there with Fox 5. She was there on the ground near this area when it all unfolded. Meredith, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. You were there for a separate story outside of Madison Square Garden, which we've also been talking a lot about this week, having to do with Taylor Swift. But you had a great vantage point of what happened there at the Empire State Building.
That's right. I'm actually on 33rd Street in New York City between 7th and 8th Avenue right now, which is in front of one of the Madison Square Garden loading docks, where there's been a lot of activity today ahead of the rumored Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce wedding in just a couple days. But while we were down here, looking for any sights and sounds around the loading dock ahead of the wedding, we actually... once word started getting carried around on social media, lots of pedestrians in this area stopping to look up at, the very top of the Empire State Building. As you can see here, try and catch a glimpse of the flag. Obviously, the Empire State Building is over 1,400 feet up in the air. So really tough to see these two people from the ground level where I am, but we could, of course, see the flag. Again, we couldn't really decipher what the flag said, but all of this really got picked up on social media relatively quickly. As you can see here, it was a whole ordeal. People on the ground wondering what was going on. There were a lot of people down here, trying to catch a glimpse of the loading docks at MSG ahead of this rumored wedding, trying to see if they could see if anything's going on, Taylor Swift fans and media alike. When this happened, it seemed like all attention shifted to the Empire State Building. And obviously now it looks like these two people are in custody and there is no scene anymore. But just crazy. Nobody was expecting this. And the flag also no longer there right now.
Absolutely, Meredith. And we do know that the flag said, when the power of love beats the love of power, the world knows peace. So that was the sentence that was up there on the flag. And so lastly, before I let you go, as you have been, again, covering some of these major stories, it's a holiday weekend there in New York, possibly a Taylor Swift wedding ultimately to come. So I have to ask you, what was the energy like there as you were kind of talking to these spectators, not expecting, even in a city like New York, to see all of this unfold on a very busy weekend where I'm sure security is high around the city?
Absolutely. Well, for a short period of time while all of this was going down in the Empire State Building situation, it was what everybody was talking about. But I'm going to be honest now, at least from the pedestrian standpoint here on 33rd Street, it seems like nobody's even really talking about this anymore. It was something that lasted for, an hour or two, and then everybody kind of went back to business. So, there's people walking by. This is a heavy foot traffic area, and everybody's trying to catch a glimpse whenever there's some activity in this loading dock area behind me here on 33rd Street. But, yesterday I talked to some Taylor Swift fans who were a little unsure if the wedding is actually happening at Madison Square Garden. And today it seems like the energy is shifting a little bit, where people are like, okay, we actually believe that this wedding is happening here. They, unrolled some carpet on some stairs at one of the VIP entrances yesterday, then rolled it back up. But because of this and all of these other signs, business owners telling me a block away on the other side of Madison Square Garden that they've been told that there will be big tents up in front of their establishments in the next couple of days. All signs.
Right now on Fox 35, excitement is building. U.S. fans hope to be singing tonight.
Like, no easy team in this World Cup.
The pressure is on.
It hasn't been easy for anyone.
The U.S. will try to do something we haven't seen in 24 years.
We don't expect an easy match at all.
Win a World Cup knockout round.
Just give it everything that we have. We're going to lay it all on the line.
Fox 35 is live with the road to gold. Well, what a finish to that one. You just witnessed England and the Democratic Republic of the Congo battle it out right here on Fox 35 this afternoon. Good afternoon to you. I am Garrett Weimer. We have a lot to cover here on the road to gold as Fox 35 is your home for the World Cup. Coming up, before one of the stars of the world was lighting up the global stage, he was perfecting his game right here in our own backyard. We are talking to the local coaches and players who knew them best before the World Cup. Also ahead, Orlando City has struggled through a tough first half of the season, but help is officially on the way. A literal World Cup champion and a global superstar bringing his talents to downtown Orlando. Plus, the battle lines are officially drawn. We have your breaking news, roster updates, and the absolute latest on the ground as the United States gets ready to take on Bosnia tonight. And if the match we just saw right here on Fox 35 is any indicator of how the rest of those matches today are going to go, we are in for a treat tonight. An unbelievable 90 minutes of soccer officially in the books today. And England fans right now probably breathing a pretty big sigh of relief. So let's toss it right over to Fox 35 sports reporter Jonah Karp. Just watched the match at a local pub. Good place to be. Hey, Jonah.
Great place to be, Garrett. Yeah, you guys watched it on Fox 35. We watched it here at Grafton Street Pub in the Lake Mary Sanford area. Good to see you, Garrett. Look, things were looking dicey for England early. Like you said, they could breathe a sigh of relief, both England and all the England fans. The England fans here at Grafton Street Pub certainly can breathe a sigh of relief. Let's take you through the highlights. Let's show you how it all went down. Starting with the 7th minute when Brian Sapanga of the Congo buried a goal. And it stayed 1-0 for quite some time, but then it was Harry Kane doing Harry Kane type things. In the 75th minute, Harry Kane scored using his noggin. In the 86th minute, Harry Kane added some insurance, another goal. That's 2 more goals for Harry Kane of England. England moving on to the round of 16 after a 2-1 victory over the Congo. And for Harry Kane, that's now 5 goals in total this World Cup, putting him right smack in the middle of that golden boot race. 5 goals chasing guys like Mbappe and Messi, guys who we'll get to a little bit later on in the show, but Harry Kane putting on a show against the Congo, lifting England to the round of 16. All right, more to talk about. You know, here in the States, we use phrases like home field advantage and defending home soil. Let's not forget, Mexico and Canada are doing the same thing. Mexico with a huge win last night over Ecuador in Mexico City. Julian Quiñones scored in the 22nd minute, and then Raul Jimenez followed with some insurance in the 31st minute. That was more than enough for Mexico. Survive and advance, that's the name of the game. Mexico beat Ecuador 2-0. You know, one of these teams will face Brazil or Norway in the quarterfinals. You know, Norway beat Ivory Coast yesterday, so the road may be done for Ivory Coast, but the future is bright because they have a 19-year-old superstar in Yan Diomande. Before Yan was playing on the world stage, he was playing in Daytona at DME Academy. That's where he befriended this young man who you're about to meet. His name's Chris, and I couldn't think of a better person to watch Norway take on Ivory Coast than him.
Me and Jan, we met when I first got a DME. That was 4 years ago in 2022. First one, I didn't even know that, I know that he was playing soccer, but I didn't know he was the best player in his team. I didn't know he was that good.
What's his work ethic like? Like, the talent is obviously there, but what is it behind the scenes that we don't see?
The little secret that I will share with people, every time when we used to walking around, we'll be walking around the campus, but he's gonna be juggle with the ball and his foot. He's gonna be, okay, we're going to the soccer field. Okay, I'll be jogging with the soccer field from here to the soccer field. The ball's not gonna touch the floor. I was there at the cafeteria, I saw him, I went to him, I introduced myself to him. I told him, you also from Africa? He told me, yeah, he's from Ivory Coast. I'm also from Africa, I came from the Congo. Every time when I play basketball, I'll be like, okay, deal, can you do my rebound? I'll be shooting the ball, then Dio's gonna rebound my ball. But instead of rebound, then pass me with his hand, he's gonna pass me with his foot. So every time when you rebound the ball, he's gonna pass me with his foot.
Do you talk to him every day?
I talk to him every day because he's one of my closest guys. We became best friends since the first day that we met. Since then, we always talk on the phone, always texting, and I had a chance to go and watch him in person at the World Cup.
How were your seats?
I was sitting on the front, basically on the feet.
Oh, he hooked you up?
Way close, yeah. That was I had the best seat, no complaint. I always get mad because being like the best player on the field, how they always like trap him and like they send like 3 or 4 guys around him, and that's like he's gonna be like forced to like pass the ball. Like like he's like one of those like small player. He know when to like take action, like he know when to take action, like know when to not take an action.
So you met up with him after the World Cup match?
Yeah, we did.
What'd you do?
First of all, I went straight for his jersey. So every time when I saw him, I hugged him. We like hug for like 5 minutes and kind of cry a little bit. Africa playing good. We got the possession of the game. Like we playing good. We handle pressure pretty good and we're attacking.
How is he feeling about this whole experience?
Sometimes we talk on the phone. He's still these kids that had a bunch of dream in his mind. He's always talking about how he's gonna be great, how he's gonna be this good. The only thing he's always wanna do is like provide for his family. He's kind of strong. He's kind of strong with his family, his connection with his mom, and he had a pretty good connection with his sister, rest in peace. His sister passed away last year, 2025. She was happy, went out with a friend, then I don't know what happened to the party that she went, but when she came back from the party, she was sick. Then she never got through it, and like after being sick, and she never feel better, and that's why rest in peace to her.
What has your relationship with Jan done for you personally?
My relationship with Jan helped me a lot to understand that like if you really believe in your dream and like you push forward, there is something good gonna happen, and everything is possible. Like everything that you put in your mind and you work hard is possible. So it means a lot, my relationship with Jan.
What a special kid. And look, the journey's only just beginning for this Ivory Coast team and for Jan, but it is Norway moving on after a 2-1 win. Okay, also moving on.
Right.
England. What an environment here at Grafton.
It was actually really cool because I left the set today and I said, I got to get right up to Grafton Street, got to get on my cool shirt that Fox provided me here. I mean, looks pretty good.
By the way, this is John Brown.
Hi, good to see you. Yeah, so getting up here, I mean, I was listening and I won't say I was watching in the car, but it was tense. I mean, with them scoring early and the longer it went, by the time I got here, these guys behind us were a little bit nervous. So we're going to go talk to some of the guys here very quickly because, again, great environment here. Now, I will be honest with you guys at home, okay? These people who have stuck around here, either they're lying to me or something else, because the people who had jobs and said I can't be on TV, they were all kind of sitting over here. They said we got to get out of here, and the others said I don't need to be seen on your show right now in the middle of the afternoon on a 2:30 on a Wednesday. Okay, you didn't care. All right, so what'd you think of the game?
Loved it. I was a little nervous at first in the beginning, but almost went home and cried, but I came through in the end, and very happy at the result. We came through and won. Thank goodness.
You're one of the loudest voices. I think you might have been second right here. All right, and you're from England, right?
Yes,
we're at England.
Plymouth, Devon.
Okay, and you?
Kelly and Surrey.
Okay, Kelly and Surrey. Okay, so you were loud too, so you've been following this a lot, huh?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I've been here 30 years, but luckily, being here 30 years, I still manage to go to England 3-4 times a year, so I'm a big Arsenal fan. Go Gooners.
There you go.
EPL champions. So happy that we won today.
And you found a nice British pub, which is great too. Right. That's why we're here. So, and you are just here hanging out, but a Fox 35 viewer as well. Yeah. No job, no nothing today, huh?
Just self-employed. We're skipping our own work. Enjoying it. What an awesome game. Yeah. Holy cow. Amazing.
Yeah, so why would you come out on a day? You're not from the country, U.S. obviously, so why would you come out on a day like today?
The game is going on later on.
Are you still going to be here for that?
So I'll be probably coming back. I live right local, so that'll be nice. But my buddy over here, he's from England, and I was here to support that for him. It was an amazing game. I was like, oh, keep it in there. He was a little nervous, but they pulled it off. It was amazing.
It was exciting. I mean, even if you're not really that much into soccer, when you have these round of 32, now the round of 16 coming up, I mean, everybody's got to get excited about this. So what are your thoughts about the U.S. game tonight?
The U.S. game, I think we're going to definitely take it. Maybe 2-1, something like that.
2-1. All right. You guys got a prediction for the U.S. match tonight? Oh, he's going to go against U.S., so I'll come back to you. All right, what do you got?
2-1.
2-1? Okay, we got 2-2-1s U.S. All right, what do you got?
I'm going 1-1 extra time. Penalties.
And?
Bosnia.
Whoa. Going Bosnia right here. Okay, so you guys here. You guys want to make a prediction very quickly before I let you go?
Absolutely.
What do you got tonight?
U.S. 2-1.
Okay.
Yep, absolutely.
And you said you didn't know much about soccer, but you're hanging out in a sports bar at 2:30 on Wednesday. All right. So why do you like watching it? Why do you like coming out here?
Christian with U.S.
Oh, Christian Pulisic, yeah. Okay.
I kind of like him, so.
Yeah. You okay with this? You're okay. We can go further? Okay. Why do you like Christian so much? Mr. Hershey, PA guy.
I mean, soccer with athletics, they're amazing. They work so hard, they run so much. So, hey, I like it.
All right, good to see you guys. All right, we'll talk. Am I going to see you here tonight for the soccer match as well? They're not leaving. And Jonah, you know what? I have arrived. We're going to tell you more about the food coming up. They got appetizer specials tonight if you come down here. The cheesy John Brown chicken sandwich. I have officially become somebody. I don't really want people to order that because that just feels weird. But anyway, it's on the menu tonight, and I have one. I'm about to try my own sandwich here, so I guess that's when you know you've officially arrived at a World Cup party when they have a sandwich named after you.
Good.
And they say I'm cheesy.
They
so
do.
That it kind of fits.
We get to taste John Brown. That's amazing. My favorite part about that whole interview that you just did is that they were filming you while you were talking to them, and there's a TV showing you above them.
It's a different world.
It was very meta.
Right, so we have much more to come. We'll tell you about some of the food, talk to the chef, everything going on here tonight for the U.S. game, 8 o'clock. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Garrett, back to you.
All right, thanks, guys. Still ahead on our Road to Gold special. Orlando City has had a grueling first half of the season, but a global soccer icon is officially on his way to hopefully save the summer here. We've got the details of the blockbuster signing of French superstar and World Cup champion Antoine Griezmann and what his highly anticipated arrival means for us here in the City Beautiful. And if you want to know exactly how the red, white, and blue stack up in tonight's historic knockout opener, you are in the right place. We're going to dive into the breakdown of U.S. and Bosnia coming up. Welcome back in on the Road to Gold here on Fox 35. Soccer fans right here in Central Florida have a lot to be proud of when it comes to our home club. Major League Soccer might be on a break right now, but Orlando City making a massive statement on the world stage with 3 Lions officially advancing to the tournament's knockout round. So let's get you right back to Fox 35 sports reporter Jonah Karp. And Jonah, Paraguay, Canada both advanced to the round of 16 so far.
Yep, that means Brian Ojeda is moving on with Paraguay, and Max Crepo is moving on with Canada. He's been great in goal for Canada. Tough battle for Croatia tomorrow night. They face Cristiano Ronaldo in Portugal. That's Marco Pasalic. Look, it's been a lot of fun watching these Lions on the world stage. It's been fun as a fan and somebody who covers the Lions. It's been even more fun for their teammates and coaches. Have you watched the Croatia matches with Marco and the Canada matches with Maxime?
Yes, of course. We are following Marco, we are following Max and Brian. Unfortunately, Brian couldn't get minutes yet, but hopefully he can. And no, we are more than happy to be represented by them in such a competition, right? So it's amazing, and we wish them the best, and we will be supporting.
Have you been talking to them or no?
No. Not during this period. They belong to their national teams. They need to be focused there. They know we support. That's it.
I watch all their games. Yeah, I'm happy for both of them that they're through. Saw Max won yesterday, kept another clean sheet. I'm really happy for him. He's a really good guy. Same with Marco. I've learned a lot from him since he's been here, and yeah, seeing him play for a country that's made top 4. Like the last 2 World Cups, seeing him play for a top country like that is just unreal, and I'm so happy for him.
It's been exciting. Look, Orlando City is getting a world-class upgrade in the form of a World Cup champ. The Lions have welcomed Antoine Griezmann, who's going to be joining the Lions in purple and gold when MLS play returns following the World Cup. But right now, he's in training mode with the rest of the Lions.
He's played on the biggest stage, appearing in back-to-back World Cup finals with France.
It's a dream come true, obviously. I mean, same position as me. So far in the first days, he's just a really good guy. He's a good guy to be around, and yeah, I know I'm going to learn a lot from him, and he's going to help us win games, so it's nice to have him here.
Antoine Griezmann is bringing world-class talent to Orlando.
He's so humble, that makes him even bigger. So we are so happy and so proud to have him within our group.
The Lions announced in March they signed the World Cup champ from Spain's La Liga, and ever since, excitement has been mounting.
His professionalism is at top of the level. Our culture, it's at that level of professionalism, so we feel comfortable not only with him, but with everybody.
MLS play is paused for another month, which gives Griezmann plenty of time to get settled with his new club.
Like some of the boys already went out to eat with him, so he's already settled in good, I'm pretty sure. And he speaks good English, so that helps.
The first half of the season has brought twice as many losses as wins for Orlando City. But it's never a bad time to make a move that gets the fan base excited. Soon, Antoine Griezmann will suit up in purple and gold, bringing his beautiful game to the city beautiful.
Just having him around will just take us to another level. I mean, even on the field, everybody's going to have an eye on him on the other team, so that create more space, for other people. And I mean, yeah, it's just a blessing to have him here.
Well, MLS play continues after the World Cup wraps up. The Lions will be in San Jose on July 22nd. So not another month, really, until MLS play resumes. All right, let's send it back to Garrett in the Fox 35 studio. Garrett?
All right, Jonah, thanks. Still to come here on the Road to Gold. Besides the players and coaches, the soccer pitch is one of the most important parts of any matchup, especially during the World Cup. So we're going to show you how crews are making sure the grass stays in tip-top shape. Don't go anywhere.
Reporting their roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
We have seen a lot of soccer over the last few weeks, and the pitches look pristine every time. But maintaining them isn't easy. Take Dallas Stadium, for example. To meet FIFA regulations, the state-of-the-art pitch there replaced the Cowboys playing field with special grow lights and an underground irrigation and ventilation system. We actually got a peek at how they do it, and here's a hint. It takes a lot of mowing.
What does it take to keep the pitch at this level?
A lot of hard work. Long hours. We've got to do a lot of repair work. We've got to do a lot of preparation work beforehand. You know, the guys are in long after the stadium bowl's empty. We're cleaning up any debris. We're fixing any divots. We're bringing the lights back down.
Why do y'all cut the grass so much? What is that?
Because it grows so much. The players want it at a certain height to be able to do their thing to the highest level. So we've got to make sure that we can keep the grass at that level.
There's a question that a lot of people have asked. Why do the sprinklers go off so soon before kickoff?
So what we want at the elite level, rather than the ball rolling across the surface, we want it really to slide across. We want to be able to play quick passes, to be able to play quick football. So in order to do that, we have to put the sprinklers on close to kickoff and at halftime.
Great question about the sprinklers. I have wondered that. I know I certainly wasn't the only one. Well, the World Cup has been a big hit so far, and while the teams are pretty popular, they may not hold a candle to those stickers. You may have seen them. Panini World Cup stickers. They are selling out right now. The stickers depict World Cup teams and players. Collectors put the stickers in a special album. This is something that's been around since 1970 and becomes a popular keepsake every World Cup. Now, there's 980 stickers in this year's set. It's the biggest ever because of the tournament expanding from 32 to 48 teams. Let's get back out now to Jonah. And Jonah, our managing editor, has been whining about looking for more U.S. stickers. Is there anybody there you can maybe trade with to help her out?
I think our managing editor is running out of room for stickers. I know she wants an Alex Freeman one. I'll do my best. You know I'll do my best, Garrett. Look, we can't get enough of Alex Freeman content. The Orlando City product is a huge reason why the U.S. is in the position they're in right now. And he doesn't forget that his journey started right here in the Sunshine State.
I think for me, it just tells you, how quick stuff can change, right? To not doubt yourself. Even though, 2 years I was just in Next Pro, now I'm here. I think that shows you that you can never give up and keep pushing, right? You never know what chance you're going to get and how can you go and make stuff happen. You don't know when the chance is going to come again, and just make sure you take every chance 100% and be happy with how you do it.
Well, Freeman is just one of the pieces that makes this United States team so deep and so scary. Here to help me break it all down, I'm joined by MLS broadcaster Jake Zivin.
Group stage is done.
What are your impressions of the U.S. men's national team?
Yeah, man, a smashing success, no doubt about it. They won their first 2 games to take care of business, to advance to the knockout round before even playing the third game, to win the group before even playing a third game. That's the dream scenario. It allowed the U.S. to do what they did against Turkey, which is rotate pretty much the entire team. It was still a spirited performance. Of course, they wanted to win the game, but the result ultimately did not matter. And you could tell in the comments after the game that the U.S. understands that. Mauricio Pochettino defiantly kind of explaining, we won the group. This is what we needed to do. This result today didn't matter. They got through that game against Turkey without any serious injuries. We'll see about Austin Trusty. He seemed fine. And most importantly, they got Christian Pulisic 30 minutes. He looked fantastic coming back. They're ready for the round of 32. So it's hard to say that the group stage was anything but almost perfection.
They had the luxury in the match against Turkey of sitting a lot of guys who were in yellow card trouble. It doesn't matter moving forward, right? Can you explain that?
Yeah, exactly. So it's a little convoluted when it comes to yellow card accumulation is the term. And in the group stage, the 3 games, if a player gets 2 yellow cards at any point across those 3 games, they would be suspended for the round of 32 match. That accumulation is wiped clean, so to speak, heading into the group stage. So the yellow cards that those players got, they won't matter as far as accumulation. Now, in the knockout stage, that comes back. And so 2 yellow cards at any point in the knockout stage, you'll miss the next game. I think it's wiped clean before the semifinals. So, you'd have, 3 games, same thing. 2 yellow cards in 3 games, you're going to miss the semifinal if you get that far. It is a little convoluted. It is a little complicated. It's a rule I don't like. Because, look, if you get 2 yellow cards in 90 minutes, you're suspended for 1 game. If you get 2 yellow cards in 270 minutes, you're also suspended 1 game. To me, it's not equitable. It should be at least 3, but that's a conversation for another time.
I'll sign the petition with you.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm on board with you. What do we know about Bosnia?
Yeah, they're resilient. It's a country that's ranked 62nd in the world in the FIFA rankings. That's low. That's not very good, though FIFA rankings are not particularly accurate a lot of the time. But they have had their backs against the wall for the past 6 months, and they figured out a way to advance. Even in the group stage, where they lose 4-1 to Switzerland in their second game, so they're on 1 point heading into the final game of the group against Qatar. They know they need to win. Qatar, maybe not the best opponent, but they take care of business. They control that game. They dominate that game. They win 3-1, and they go through into the knockout round. They guarantee their spot. Look at their qualifying. They had to go through the playoffs in Europe. They had to go to Wales in a playoff semifinal game. They conceded first. They went down in that game. They came back. They equalized, went to penalties. They won the penalty shootout to advance to play Italy in the playoff final. Italy, this giant of world football, who have now not qualified for 3 straight World Cups, which is remarkable. And it was Italy versus Bosnia and Herzegovina. Again, Italy scores first. Bosnia and Herzegovina finds a way to get an equalizer, sends it to penalties, and again, they win that penalty shootout. So they've been able to keep games tight, keep games close, and they've been able to figure out a way to come back, and they've been able to figure out a way to get through. Now that we're in the knockout rounds, it could go to penalties. And Bosnia and Herzegovina have an incredible amount of confidence because of how they qualified for the World Cup in those situations. They're not going to have the talent level that even Turkey had.
How long is the U.S. going to keep being a favorite in these matches? Do they have a legitimate shot at going far in this World Cup?
Yeah, the quarterfinal, which looks like it would be a Spain as kind of the big team from that pod of 8. See what happens with Spain if they do win their group, which they're favored to do. They should. Then that's all of a sudden, okay, now, hey, the U.S. are the big-time underdogs. How do they do this? Can they pull off an upset in a World Cup knockout round? But at least for the round of 32, they're going to be the favorite, and possibly the round of 16 again, which is just unprecedented for the United States. I mean, literally, they've never been the favorite in a knockout round game in a World Cup. The only one that they have won was against Mexico in 2002. We're talking the modern era of the World Cup. It was against Mexico in 2002. Mexico would have been the favorite in that game. And otherwise, it's been, a series of losses in that spot. Go back to the Netherlands, go back to Belgium. And so for them to beat one of those teams in a knockout round would be unprecedented and would be a huge step for U.S. soccer.
You mentioned the U.S. fans and how cool it's been seeing the unification of the country coming together, rooting for a sport that is not the most popular sport in this country, but it's still been a really cool thing to witness. What's been your favorite part about watching not just the U.S. fans, but fans coming from everywhere in the world and now experiencing the United States for the first time?
Look, it's what makes the World Cup great, and no matter where it is in the world, this tends to happen. It's what the World Cup is about. It's the best of sport, right? In my opinion, which is bringing people together. Sports is an ultimate equalizer in the world. One, it's a meritocracy on the field. If you're good enough, you're going to play and you're going to win, regardless of who you are, what you believe. It really is what makes sports wonderful. It's what makes this, the world's game, the best sport in the world. And it's been a fantastic tournament off the field as well for all those reasons.
All right, we've got the U.S. and Bosnia tonight at 8 o'clock right here on Fox 35. We're not done here. We have more to get to, but right now we're going to send it back to the Fox 35 studio with Garrett Weimer. Garrett?
Hey, Jonah. Yeah, we still have much more to come. Going to keep counting you down to kickoff. Going to answer some burning U.S. soccer questions. Let's also give you a live look right now at the stadium in Santa Clara, where U.S. and Bosnia will be arriving in a few hours. Then kickoff coming up at 8 Eastern. Again, right here on Fox 35. Don't go anywhere, though. We will be back in just 2 minutes.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Well, the road to gold for Team USA continues tonight. In the meantime, though, let's kick it out to Fox 35 sports reporter Jonah Carr for one final analysis of the game. And Jonah, I hear the party's still going strong out there at the pub.
And what's a party without John Brown, right? We had to bring him back in. Look, it's the moment you've been waiting for. John, go ahead, drive the bus. What do we got here?
We got Chef Grant Kraft right here. Hey, thanks for having us out here today. Now, let's talk about the crowds first of all. You say it's been crazy throughout the World Cup. What have you seen out here?
Yeah, so I remember the first game, the USA game, I think it was Paraguay that we played. It was literally shoulder to shoulder in here. I mean, it was absolutely insane. It was just hard to even move to the bathroom. A lot of people coming out for the games other than the USA games, so that's cool to see as well. So it seems like there's a lot of soccer fans in this area, and it's cool that maybe we are a main hub for soccer games, right? So,
well, and it's also cool to see that just people are getting excited about soccer with the U.S. going this far. If they win tonight, which I think they will, man, it's going to be crazy from here on. So you said in honor of what World Cup are we at now?
We're on the 23rd World Cup.
All right.
And because of that, we're doing a really cool special here. So it started out with the USA games only. For the first 23 minutes, we were doing buy one, get one free appetizers of equal or lesser value. But now because the games are not as much anymore, right? There's less games going on. We're going to go ahead and do it for every single game that's aired.
And you said Jonah has to, we're going to split half of this with the staff. It's so big. But he has to eat this.
I'm pretty hungry.
Without using his hands, exactly.
That's the rule.
If I'm going to eat it without my hands, how are we splitting it?
All right. Okay. Now, I do have to ask, though. We have on the menu here the cheesy John Brown chicken sandwich. Now, I do know the owner. He thinks I'm cheesy. Yeah. How have sales been?
Sales have been great. We're getting great feedback on it. I think we sold like 31 today, so that's pretty awesome.
I'll be honest, I'm glad I'm not here because that feels awkward to me for someone to order a sandwich with my name, although I'm going to eat mine. So that many, I'm a little surprised. So all night long, USA game tonight, right?
All night long, and we're making sure when they order it, they say the full name and not just the chicken sandwich, just so we can get that feel and that vibe going, you know?
Once again, the cheesy John Brown chicken sandwich. Fried chicken, pepper jack cheese, lettuce, tomato, and onion, and a side of Nashville hot sauce because I'm also spicy.
Dig in.
Man, I might have
namesake.
in my heart.
And believe me, the owner isn't the only one who thinks you're cheesy.
All right. Everybody thinks I'm cheesy.
Well,
and a little spicy.
Okay.
Oh. No wonder. Nothing happened. It should be a huge seller. That's amazing.
What's the sauce?
The Nashville Hot.
Oh, it's the Nashville Hot sauce.
Everything I love. All right, so we're doing predictions. How long have we got here?
We got 30 seconds.
I'm going 3-1 U.S.
I'm going 4-1 U.S.
Ladies, prediction real quick. What do you got?
Not all at once.
Where's the bell? We need the bell. Get the bell. All right. Now we're ready. All right, Jonah, we're set here.
Sweet. I'm going to go 3-1 U.S. and I'm taking a fried pickle.
All right, sounds
Eric,
good.
Sending it back to you.
All right, thanks everybody. Save some for us, and thanks for joining us here on the Road to Gold. Our coverage will continue later. Right now, let's give you a live look at the Levi's Stadium, home of the San Francisco 49ers, and tonight, the site of the U.S. game.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
comeback story. I know President Trump does. Hell, he's living a pretty amazing comeback story himself right now. In February of 1884, TR had just lived through the worst day of his life. On the same day and in the same house, he had lost both his wife and mother. Unimaginable loss, soul-crushing heartbreak. As TR himself wrote, "The light has gone out of my life." Always direct, he drew a heavy X across the top of that page. Devastated, Roosevelt came west. He came to this place, not as a politician, but as a broken man trying to outrun unimaginable grief. Once here, he threw himself into the Western ethos. He started ranching, he branded cattle, he rode next to hard men who had no idea or interest in his lineage or his wealth. They were, however, highly skeptical of his dandy clothes and his round spectacles. But TR won them over, because these Badlands didn't just heal him, they remade him. The heartbroken asthmatic boy became a man. He became a cowboy. He learned the hardships of this life firsthand. He led next to his net, not behind them. He was thrown from his saddle and broke his shoulder. He lost over half his herd to a brutal winter. He spent weeks chasing down boat thieves and delivering them to the local sheriff. But these hardships did not break TR. They healed him. They rebuilt his body and they rebuilt his spirit. If you're explaining TR's Medora's part in TR's life to your kids, the best way to explain it is like the training montage in a Rocky movie. And Roosevelt said that himself. For the rest of his life, he called the years he spent in North Dakota the most important education he ever received. He meant it, and we are proud to be a part of it. Because before the governor, before the vice president, before the president, before the national parks and monuments, before the Nobel Peace Prize, before the face carved into a mountain, there was a young man who had gotten absolutely knocked flat by life. He came to the Badlands and he got back up. That is a hero's journey. That is an American story. And right here in Western North Dakota, we are excited to tell it. People are going to come here from every corner of the world. And while here, they will come to understand TR the way North Dakotans always have. As a man beset by tragedy, on the verge of greatness. That is why this place matters. Earlier today, President Trump dedicated the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library. Mr. President, you gave TR a home in our state, and we will not forget it. And the world is about to know Theodore Roosevelt a great deal better because of it. We have a lot to celebrate in these next few days. President Trump's visit, a presidential library dedication, a state's favorite adopted son, our nation's 250th birthday, all at once in this small town of Medora. We are up to the challenge as North Dakotans, as Americans. As Roosevelt himself once said on a speech on the 4th of July in 1886 in my hometown of Dickinson, North Dakota, on his way back east from this place to continue his comeback story, we have fallen heirs to the most glorious heritage a people ever received, and each one must do his part if we wish to show that the nation is worthy of its good fortune. As we celebrate these last 250 years of American greatness, we recognize that it is incumbent on each and every one of us to do our part to ensure that the next 250 years are better than the last. God bless you all. God bless the great state of North Dakota, and God bless the United States of America. It is now my great honor to introduce our next speaker, Acting Secretary of the Navy, Hung Kao. Now, you can't get physically farther away from an ocean than Medora, North Dakota, unless you came from rugby. But Acting Secretary Cow holds the same position that a young TR did on his way back to the East and on his journey through what we are now celebrating. And as a fun fact, my grandfather was born in Medora, North Dakota, and he was a sailor on the USS Pawtucket. Acting Secretary Cow assumed his current role on April 22nd of this year. He previously served in the same position as TR, the Undersecretary of the Navy. Acting Secretary Cow joined the Navy in 1989. He is a decorated combat veteran, a qualified Navy Special Operations EOD and diving officer, a naval parachutist, and a surface warfare officer. He retired from active duty in 2021 as a captain. He holds a bachelor's degree in ocean engineering, a master's degree in applied physics, and he was a fellow with MIT and Harvard Kennedy School. Guy's smart. He and his wife, April, have 5 children, and we are grateful for their service to our country. Please, everyone, give a warm North Dakota welcome to Acting Secretary Cow.
Well, first of all, good afternoon to President Trump, Secretary Burgum, Governor Armstrong. Thank you, sir, for this welcome, distinguished guests, and most of all, the people of the great state of North Dakota. I love being here because for 2 things. First of all, I love Teddy Roosevelt. Okay, who doesn't? Right? The commies don't. That's who doesn't. And the second thing is I get to represent over 500,000 sailors and Marines who stand watch tonight on the front doors of freedom for our sake so we can be here and celebrate our nation's 250th birthday. It is such an honor to speak today at the opening of the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library, a man who shared the same office as I once held, the Office of Assistant Secretary of the Navy, which is now called the Undersecretary of the Navy. In his inaugural speech in 1905, President Roosevelt said, "Much has been given us, and much will rightfully be expected from us. We have duties to others and duties to ourselves, and we shirk neither." In the speech, he challenged us that we have become a great nation. We must behave as a people worthy of that responsibility. Those words resonate today, and the call to action is still the same. We didn't ask to be the leaders of the free world, but we are, and we must not shirk that responsibility. President Roosevelt is one of the most revered leaders, and historians will all agree that he's one of the top presidents in our nation's history. He was yes, he was. He was a passionate man that cared about many things, but when he was in office, he cared about one thing. He cared about propelling America into becoming a superpower. He spoke his mind and fought for the American principles. He believed in and exercised executive power and wrote more than 1,000 executive orders to create everything from national parks to the Great White Fleet. President Roosevelt saw emerging challenges around the world and believed the United States needed a modern, capable fleet ready to defend national interests. At a time when many viewed military preparedness as unnecessary or expensive, Roosevelt argued that readiness was an investment in peace. Roosevelt understood that America's interests required a fleet capable of operating worldwide. He didn't advocate for naval expansion because he sought conflict. Instead, he advocated for it because he believed a strong fleet would prevent conflict. His vision reminds us that ships are more than steel and technology. They're instruments of deterrence, diplomacy, and national power. Every ship, every sailor, and every Marine advances the same objective Roosevelt championed more than 120 years ago, preserving peace through strength. The significance of the Great White Fleet was not measured by the number of miles it traveled or the number of ports it visited. Those ships were built during peacetime, at a moment when many questioned the need for a larger and more capable Navy. Roosevelt saw beyond the challenges of his day and understood that readiness could not wait for crisis. His foresight would soon be validated. When World War I erupted less than a decade later, many of the same ships and sailors of the Great White Fleet were ready to answer our nation's call. They trained thousands of new recruits, protected America's coasts, supported wartime operations, and brought American soldiers home after victory was secured. The strength that had been built in peace became the source of security in war. In that sense, the Great White Fleet was more than a demonstration of American power. It was a testament to Roosevelt's belief that preparedness is an investment in peace. He understood that the strength forged during calm seas is what enables a nation to weather the storms ahead, a lesson that continues to guide the United States Navy more than a century later. They just don't make leaders like Teddy Roosevelt anymore. Or do they? Teddy Roosevelt was exactly the president America needed at the turn of the 20th century. 120 years later, in the 21st century, we have another great American who believes in American greatness, Donald J. Trump. Both men are the people's champion. They heard the grievance of the American people and delighted in their longing for exceptionalism. Both took the side of the common man against the powerful, despite their own affluent upbringing. They returned to us our American birthright of excellence, and we love them for it. Just as the Great White Fleet extended America's reach globally, today the Golden Fleet continues the legacy, delivering aid, providing security across the 7 seas, and destroying the enemies of peace. Just ask Iran. And I tell you what, if you really piss us off, we're going to fly into your country and snag you and your wife while you sleep in your beds. The ships of President Trump's Golden Fleet may look different from President Roosevelt's Great White Fleet, but the principle remains the same, that a prepared nation is better positioned to deter its adversaries, reassure its allies, and protect its interests. As we open Theodore Roosevelt's Presidential Library today, we renew his vision, which parallels President Trump's America First legacy. In 3 days, we will celebrate our nation's 250th birthday. Booyah, America. May we never forget that freedom was never and will never be free. It's paid with a price, and there's always a price. May God bless you, may God bless the Armed Forces of America, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Secretary of the Interior, Doug Burgum.
Hello, North Dakota. It's an honor to be here with all of you, because if you're here, it's because you care about America. You care deeply about this country. You care about where it's going, and you care about the people that live on this land and make their living working off the land. 140 years ago, somebody got off the train just over here. It was a 24-year-old New Yorker, and that 24-year-old New Yorker was not yet governor, not yet president of the United States, not at the time the most famous person in the world. He was someone that came west to ranch, and he learned about what it was like for hard work and the working people, and that transformed his ability to lead, and he transformed himself, and then he transformed our country. And then we had, just over a couple hours ago, we had another person from New York get off that train at the exact same spot that TR did. And you know who that is. You know me, and you know that I know hard work, and I have never worked with or for anyone in my life that works harder than the person I'm about ready to introduce. I'm talking 20 hours a day, 7 days a week. And when he's working for all of you. He's working for the American people. And I'm talking about someone who we just moments ago completed the dedication of the opening of the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library and Museum here in Menora, North Dakota, at the entrance to Theodore Roosevelt National Park, the only one of our 63 national parks named after a person instead of a place, and what a place it is. But he's here because of all of you. Please give an incredible welcome to our 45th and 47th President, Donald J. Trump.
If tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd work for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife. I thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.